Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you. Today, we are getting ready to kick off the city council meeting. We have a lot of fun stuff in the beginning, but we'll go ahead and start with the Vice Mayor Marks doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And for all those who had a Father's Day, happy Father's Day from this past Sunday. We had graduations and Father's Day and Juneteenth, so much fun stuff. And I know at the same time, similar to Father's Day, similar to Mother's Day, Father's Day can also be difficult for some. So I just, wish you, put my greetings out to you and my gratitude out to you. And I just love I hug the ones that are most important to you. So we're going to start off today with a Juneteenth proclamation. I will read it and then I will meet you at the podium where you get to have about 3 minutes for presenting to NAACP today. So, whereas since 1865, the American celebration known as Juneteenth has historically been observed as the end of the institution of slavery in our great nation. Juneteenth embodies the indomitable human spirit of the past, the present, and all time. The celebration of Juneteenth gives us all the opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the true American spirit for a more perfect union. We are citizens who wish to secure the blessings of freedom, justice, and equality for all this great country of ours. The collaboration of community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, local businesses, and local government demonstrates a shared commitment to being part of the solution and acknowledging the importance of strength through unity. The City of San Luis Obispo supports the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom and calls upon community members to embrace these principles and work toward a more just, equitable, inclusive, and diverse society. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby proclaim the third Saturday in June as Juneteenth Day and recommend that all citizens of the City of San Luis Obispo join in recognizing the importance of this day. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council representatives. I am Dr. Lachelle Hanikel, and I am the treasurer of the NAACP San Luis Obispo County branch. As you may or may not know, the NAACP is a national organization with one board, and every branch is just that, a branch or a chapter of that national organization. Our branch's president, Tobin Johnson, also sends his appreciation, and he is at his sister's wedding in New Orleans currently. So he's having some fun Father's Day and family time with his own family. So I am here to accept this on behalf of the NAACP San Luis Obispo County branch. I'm a longtime local educator and, more importantly, former tutor for Jan Marks's daughter in French. So I would just like to take a moment to read, as an educator, I would be remiss to not take a pedagogical approach, and I would like to read the historical legacy of Juneteenth from the National Museum of African American History. And it says, on Freedom's Eve, or the eve of January 1st, 1863, the first watch night services took place. On that night, enslaved and free African Americans gathered in churches and private homes all across the country, awaiting news that the Emancipation Proclamation had taken effect At the stroke of midnight, prayers were answered as all enslaved people in Confederate states were declared legally free. Union soldiers, many of whom were Black, marched onto plantations and across cities in the South, reading small copies of the Emancipation Proclamation, spreading the news of freedom in Confederate states. Only through the 13th Amendment did emancipation end slavery throughout the United States. But not everyone in Confederate territory would immediately be free. Even though the Emancipation Proclamation was made effective in 1863, it could not be implemented in places still under Confederate control. As a result, in the westernmost Confederate state of Texas, enslaved people would not be free until much later. Freedom finally came on June 19, 1865, when some 2,000 Union troops arrived in Galveston Bay, Texas. The Army announced that the more than 250,000 enslaved Black people in the state were free by executive decree. This day became known as Juneteenth by the newly freed people in Texas. And I thought that appropriate to just remind us, because representation is important and acknowledgement is equally important. So we, on behalf of the NAACP SLO County branch, extend our sincerest appreciation for your acknowledgement of Juneteenth and for your presence at many of our events this weekend. So some familiar faces that were there. So thank you.
Thank you. It was great events on Saturday, and I couldn't attend on Monday, but I know there are some people who did, so thank you so much. Well, next we get to introduce the community service officers, and I would like to ask Chief Rick Scott to come up to the podium and do the introductions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm very proud to be service officers. This community-focused program consists of a team of non-sworn employees who are building relationships and addressing quality of life challenges in and around our downtown core. This team greatly helps focus attention on downtown and providing a personalized level of service to our business community, as well as our residents and our visitors that come into SLO. CSOs are rapidly responding to non-criminal infractions such as drinking, smoking, noise complaints, blocking rights of way, and minor disturbances of the peace. Their goals include to build effective partnerships with our community stakeholders and to allow police officers to better focus out in the community on more serious crime issues. The true value of a program is not just the program, it's the people. And that's why I'm up here today, is to introduce you to the fantastic people that are behind this program and making it the success that it is. Tonight I'll be introducing 3 of our 4 community service officers. The 4th position is currently vacant. We're working very hard to get it filled. But tonight I'll be introducing you to the first 3 officers that we have in this new program. Up first, I'd like to bring up Samantha Corshaw. So, well, first of all, they all said I do enough talking, so I don't know if they're going to be speaking individually. They said, no, Chief, you like to talk too much, so they delegate that duty tonight. But it's my pleasure to introduce Samantha Corshaw. She recently joined our department from the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office, where she also worked in a support role for police services. She attended high school in Paso Robles and went on to attain 2 associate degrees from Cuesta and then a bachelor's degree from Columbia University. Her fiance, Alexander, he's an engineer with Caltrans. Is he here tonight? Okay, I want to talk to Alexander. We're going to visit about some engineering issues with Caltrans. I'm sure he's great. It's always good to know someone. So she loves traveling. She's been to 15 different countries so far and counting. And her desire is to be near family, and that is what has brought her here to her home in San Luis Obispo. We could not be more thrilled that she has chose SLO PD, and she's already doing amazing work. out in our community. So if we could, I'd like to give Samantha a big round of applause. So you can hang out with me. So up next, I'm going to bring up Nikki Henderson. Hi, Nikki. So Nikki comes to us from the Port San Luis Harbor Patrol, and aside from the police training that she already has obtained, she's obtained high-level training as an emergency medical technician. Nikki is originally from Louisiana, but she got to California as quickly as she could, and she's lived most of her adult life here in California. She's in school, but has already obtained an associate's degree from the Fashion Institute and Design and Merchandising. I want to hear more about that. And she's also completed, as I mentioned, her EMT training, which could be very helpful in the role that she's serving with our city. Nikki is an outdoor enthusiast, as most of us are here, and is looking forward to growing her law enforcement career and experience here in our SLO community. So I'd like to give Nikki a big round of applause for being here with us. And up next is our final CSO. I'd like to bring up Sarah Kopp. Sarah. Sarah has joined us from the Santa Maria Police Department, where she also worked in a support role. As you can see, the theme that is kind of going on here with our employees. Sarah is originally from Merced, but relocated and attended school in Santa Maria earlier in her life. She is a self-described animal lover, and she has 3 precious pets, or fur babies. I did not write that. This is what she said. These are her fur babies, and she spoils them as much as possible. And trust me, Sarah, you're in good company in this room, as we all do. Sarah, and I thought this was very interesting. One of Sarah's closest friends is a local painter, a local artist, and she mentioned how refreshing it is to sometimes view the world through another's expression and their open-mindedness. And that comment really struck me, and I think if more people did that, it would only contribute to the value of our community. She, like the others, love hiking, gardening, beaches, spending time with friends in and around our SLO community. And Sarah came to the PD to further her law enforcement career and experience, and trust me, your future looks exceedingly bright here in SLO. With that, I'd like to give all 3 of our community service officers a big round of applause. So almost done bragging on you. So as I wrap up, I just want to say that this program could not, as I mentioned earlier, could not be what we hoped it's going to be without the high quality individuals standing before you here today. I've already seen the work they're doing out in our community. They're doing their work with grace and with absolute professionalism. As you know, the task that we've given them is a tall order, and it's very difficult to live in that in-between space, and they are managing that with absolute mastery. And so I'm very, very happy that they're here serving our community, and I cannot wait to see all that this program is going to deliver for our community. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, and welcome to each of you. We're really excited to have you on board. Well, this next one's a big one. When I met this man, he looked about the same, but I had a 6-month-old, and now I have almost a 24-year-old. So I don't know how you look this young still, but we get to thank Michael Codron, Community Development Director, for his many years of service, and I believe City Manager Derek Johnson will give a proclamation.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. If I could ask Mr. Codron to join me up here at the lectern tonight. And so there are not enough words here really tonight that we could express for Michael's service over the last 27 years. He has left, an indelible imprint on our community. And so we did our best to try to come up with a proclamation to really recognize Michael's work. I'm sure it'll fall short because Michael is a dynamic person, in addition to being a compassionate public servant and someone who has been committed to San Luis Obispo. So Michael has been a dedicated public servant, inspiring leaders and shaping the future of urban development in San Luis Obispo since 1996 as a student intern. He was followed by various positions, including planning technician, associate planner, housing programs manager, assistant city manager, and finally community development director in 2015. And we all know the community development's mission is to help plan the city's form and character and support our community values, preserve the environment, promote the wise use of resources, and protect public health and safety. And it has been the forefront of Michael's leadership and embodied in his contributions to the organization. If you know Michael, he has lived this mission statement in many different ways. Michael has always had a keen interest in planning and has been a steadfast advocate for the slow way. He has integrated his vast knowledge of planning to make San Luis Obispo a livable community, which made him the perfect choice to serve as planning section chief during the COVID-19 pandemic, where his planning skills and strengths ensured that the city's response was well documented, planned, and perfectly formatted, and focused on a forward-looking response. And Michael, just did an amazing job during that very difficult time. Beyond that, Michael's intellect and ability to think strategically, thoughtfully, and compassionately about complex issues and integrate them into policies and projects is a true gift to San Luis Obispo that we've benefited from nearly 3 decades. And I know Michael's Gallup strengths, and he's one of the few leadership team members that has all of those that really fit into the strategic bucket. And those really came forward during his planning legacies that moved forward, whether it was the council's adoption of the airport area specific plan, the Margarita area specific plan, Orcutt area specific plan, in which he engaged very diverse stakeholders over many years. And as a result, San Luis Obispo's ability to construct much needed new housing during Michael's tenure has come to fruition. And Michael and I were talking about that today. And I think Michael is responsible in some sense to over 3,000 units that have recently been built. So Michael's hidden talents have made him a star appearance on various organizational and department-wide events. He did a very memorable Blue Man Group event and a famous drum performance at one time here at the city. And so Michael's also known, he's a tremendous athlete as well as his family, and for his indoor Nerf basketball skills. He has which remembered for the creativity and degree of difficulty. He is known throughout the state as the king of the bat mitzvah breakdance competition. And his athletic talents will be missed on the basketball court. And, I was always worried when Michael went out onto the court, whether he'd come back after lunchtime injured or not. So Michael has fully embraced retirement by trading in his coveted carbon mountain bike for golf clubs. His love and dedication to San Luis Obispo will continue as he finds new ways to contribute to his amazing community and his amazing family. Jen and Charlie are both here tonight. His other family members couldn't make it. And so, therefore, on behalf of our citizens and our employees, we want to hereby express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for Michael for his dedicated service to the community and extend our best wishes and his success in his future endeavors. So thank you, Michael. Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you, Derek, and Mayor Stewart, and members of the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to have a career in public service. The work I've been able to do on behalf of the residents of the city has been incredibly fulfilling. In my various roles in community development and city administration over the years, I've had the opportunity to help people realize their dreams. Whether that is a big project or a small project, a permit for an ADU or a large subdivision, a new commercial building, or just a simple business license, the team in community development helps real people solve problems and realize their dreams every day. It is incredibly rewarding work, and whenever I have the opportunity to encourage young people to choose public service, I do so. When I first joined the leadership team in 2010 as assistant city manager, my children were 12, 10, and 6. At that point, I already had 14 years of service under my belt, and I was ready to take on more. It was a lot harder than expected, and the work has taken a lot of my time away from the family, but I've always had their incredible support and love to keep me going. And now I will take my time to get to know them better as adults, and I'm especially excited to spend a lot more time with Jennifer, my wife Jennifer, before I even start thinking about what might be next for me professionally. San Luis Obispo is a very, very special place. We all know this, but what makes it so special, and how do we keep it that way? Just listen to the residents. This has always been the way. The city's residents, business owners, and employees that are all part of this community are incredibly engaged. They care for their neighbors and the city as a whole, and they elect great representatives who always seem to make the right decisions, even in the most difficult circumstances. One thing I know that the City Council can be sure of is that city employees have your back. With the City Council's great leadership over the years, the culture of this organization has thrived. And this is a special time to be a planner in San Luis Obispo. I kind of feel like everything is going according to plan. We have made good on our commitments about growth. Growth is happening, but we aren't building on the hillsides. We aren't sprawling out towards Morro Bay or Edna Valley. We're maintaining a compact urban form, exactly as our land use element goals call on us to do. While the state threatens other communities for not even having a plan, we grew our population by a sustainable 1% in 2022, according to our plan. We have a thriving downtown where two of the most important projects, the Weinman Hotel and the Anderson Hotel, were made possible because of the city's support via the Affordable Housing Fund. And we also have a thriving greenbelt where we are on our way to planting 10,000 trees and protecting important habitat as a great legacy for future generations. I love that our community is so focused on planning. It may be humorous that we literally have a plan for everything, but it's also a great way to run a city. And I hope that I've been able to honor and promote your plans while I've had the important role of Community Development Director. I want to thank Derek, Christine, Shelley, my fellow department heads, and the City Council for everything you do for the city. It's been a great honor to serve along your side through terrible emergencies and great victories. We have kept moving forward. I'm so optimistic about the future of this city, and I know that CDD is in great hands with the leadership of Timmy Tway, her deputies, Tyler Corey and Michael Lowe, and all of the managers, supervisors, and employees that do the really tough work. I look forward to the future, and I plan to continue to contribute in different ways to the quality of life in San Luis Obispo. In other words, this may be so long, but it isn't goodbye. And I wish you all the best in your efforts to keep San Luis Obispo a special place. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Michael. And I can pull up Electric Boogaloo if you'd like to do a little break dance right now. It would be awesome. Well, now we have kind of the opposite ends of the coin, and we get to introduce Timmy Tway, who will be our new Community Development Director, not replacing, just our new one. And I believe City Manager, you'll be introducing her.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. If I could ask Ms. Tway to join me up here tonight, I am really excited to introduce Ms. Tway as part of our next Community Development Director. I mean, obviously, there's some big shoes to fill, and you can really see the love and passion for planning and community development. I mean, a lot of the people here tonight are your employees, the city employees who are here, and you know that's really evidenced in just both the leadership and the people and the love that we have for San Luis Obispo. And so during the national recruitment process, Ultimately, Timmy Tway is identified as our star candidate, and she was the former Beverly Hills Community Development Director and really a SLO native. She grew up here, and she brings a wealth of experience and knowledge. Not only did she grow up in San Luis Obispo, but she has a deep understanding of the community during her time. She was identified during the assessment process as a strategic thinker, and she, in her experience as a planner with decades of experience on complex issues, really made it clear that she rose to the top. She's innovative, she's creative leader, and she's helped ensure that communities continue to thrive. And we know that she'll do that for San Luis Obispo so that we enjoy SLO's small town charm while also making progress on some of the most important issues of our time, whether it's climate change, housing growth, and homelessness. So I'm really excited to introduce Timmy, and after she says a couple words, then I invite the clerk to come forward and we'll go ahead and administer the oath.
Thank you, Derek. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It is truly an honor to be here. As the city manager stated, I am a local. I grew up here. This city is why I got into community development and planning. I think I understood from a young age that a place really can change how people live, and planning is really important to making a great community and a livable place. And so that's why I went into planning and community development. And I am truly, truly honored to come back home and use my skills to really contribute to my home and our home and make sure that we are carrying out the city's vision and goals. I have big shoes to fill, obviously, but I look forward to former Director Codron's public comment when he wants to provide it at future Planning Commission meetings. And with that said, I just want to thank you all, and again, thank the city leadership for putting faith in me to take on this really important role and lead the amazing team of staff in the Community Development Department. So thank you.
Well, welcome. We are excited to have you, and thank you, City Clerk.
They want to hear you now. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Timothea Tway,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and
the
defend
Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and
to the
allegiance
Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United
and
States
the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental
or
reservation
purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully
the
discharge
duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I furthermore agree
I furthermore agree
to abide by the rules,
to abide by the rules,
regulations, and laws
regulations, and
of the
laws
city of San Luis Obispo.
of the City of San Luis Obispo.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I put a hand on your Yeah, I may not do such a great job, but
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're excited to have you on board. Thank you, City Manager. Didn't mean to cut you off there. All right. Well, this is another meeting of all sorts of great stuff in the beginning, and more great stuff to come in the City Manager report.
great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So yeah, I encourage everyone to keep your attention here, and there's some great stuff coming ahead here. Talk about some few items that I know are important to the community of San Luis Obispo. So this is cleanup week for San Luis Obispo residents. So residential customers are able to schedule a pickup of bulky items at a discounted rate for this week, and single-family customers can place up to 6 additional bags of trash on their curb on their normal pickup day for no cost. And this is the time of year when off-campus students began moving away for the summer, leaving out illegally dumped items. That happens from time to time. So if you do see those, use the Ask Slow app. And so that will help us pinpoint where there are. There's a nice category, and then we'll dispatch San Luis Garbage out to go pick those up immediately before they become a problem for our community. And want to thank Meg and the team for all of this work. This is a lot of work to make this work seamlessly, and the utilities team has done a great job. Moving on next, there is opportunity for you and your business, or if you're interested in economic development in San Luis Obispo, and we'll be hosting a webinar for our first look at our economic development strategic plan on Wednesday, June 21st at 12:30 via Zoom. And so you're invited to learn more about the economic development strategic plan. This is the first time we've updated it since 2015, part of our Major City Goal work program, and really to help align this strategy with our DEI and climate and other goals. And so we've been reviewing the plan with the community, and then we look forward to more feedback before we bring it to the council in the next couple of months. Moving forward to the next slide. Want to just share with the City Council, just a reminder that our construction project is underway out at the Railroad Safety Trail between the Jennifer Street Bridge and Orcutt. We're nearing completion, but we've installed nearly 1 mile of new fencing. And just to remind council and the community that this was part of our 1995 agreement with Union Pacific, specifically for the purchase and for some of the easements for the placement of that safety trail to install and maintain a fencing. The fence that was installed back in 1995 has deteriorated over the last 25 years, and so pursuant to our agreement, we were required to replace it. You'll see a sample up here of a sign that will be going out along the railroad safety trail. Should be sometime this week, and then it'll just notify the public of the reasons why we're doing this, and then link people for more information. I know that there's been inquiries, well, okay, I used to travel, and walk across the tracks, which is not allowed and is actually trespassing. And the city does have a conceptual additional pedestrian crossing. And so over the next few years, we'll be working that into our capital improvement program. And eventually we'll just need to obtain the necessary permits and authorizations from Union Pacific to build that facility. Moving on to the next slide, the Nipomo parking structure, or the Cultural Arts parking structure, as it's called today, is our groundbreaking is underway. And so we're prepping the block at Palm and Nipomo streets, and it's the first step in the major transformation, starting with the Cultural Arts District parking structure. You'll note on the forecast, Madam Mayor and Council, that we'll be bringing forward to you a couple items this summer. We've moved the item to August for potential release of bonds. As of this afternoon, we'd received over 180 requests for information from potential contractors, and what that is they're asking for clarification about the specifications or the design details. And so we need to we're required to get back to them and then post those so everyone has equal advantage, meaning everyone, meaning the contractors. And just given the volume, we needed to extend that out. And as such, we'll be bringing the item to the council in August in terms of financing. That puts us on the path, if everything lines up, for council to make an award for the project in September of 2023. Moving on, other construction projects that are underway. We have construction of ped crossing improvements at various different locations, and there are 4 locations to improve connectivity to schools, parks, neighborhood greenways, and other community facilities. And if you can't see the details on the map, they're at Johnson and Sydney, South and King, Osos and Islay, and Broad and Islay. In addition, 6 curb ramps have been upgraded so far to improve drainage during the rainy season and to meet design standards outlined under the American with Disabilities Act. And these facilities also have been updated with rectangular rapid flashing beacon installations, which will be installed over the next couple of weeks. And the project is expected to be complete by the end of July. So I know these are much needed improvements, and I know our community's been looking for those. As we head into the summer months, Ready, Set, Go should be on the top of everyone's mind. So we need to be prepared for fire season. And we're encouraging the public to attend the Wildfire Readiness Night on Thursday, June 22nd from 6 to 7:30 at the City County Library Community Room. Everyone knows where that is, but if you don't know, it's at the corner of Palm and Osos. And you can hear from our talented SLO City Fire Department how you can be better equipped during and prepared for a wildfire. Please note that the public parking for the meeting is located conveniently at the parking structure next door at 919. And for more information, if you can't attend, you can always go to www.slocity.org/wildfire. As we also move into the summer months, you might be looking to cool down, and so looking for a new summer adventure. And so we're introducing rowing at Santa Margarita Lake. There's no real experience required, but participants must know how to swim. The age bracket that we're targeting is 12 plus. The cost is $75, and that includes the rental of the boat and all the equipment. And it's Saturdays, 8 to 10 a.m. from June 24th to July 22nd. We'll be taking a little bit of a break and then returning on August 5th to September 2nd. And so for more information, you can visit slowrecactivities.org, or you can click on the adult, youth, and contract classes. We're also coming back with Super Rec Saturdays, and so this kicks off the summer starting on July 1st, and these are family-friendly events with games, prizes, and costume parade, and inflatable obstacle water course at the pool. And so you can mark your calendars for July 1st, 15th, the 29th, and August 12th. It's $475 for adults and $425 for kids, and the hours are from noon to 6 o'clock. And if you didn't catch all that, you can go to slowswimcenter.org and you can find out more information. And with that, I'm going to turn to the next slide, and I just want to share with council, I'm not expecting you to read all of this data, but just in light of the item that's on your consent calendar, I wanted to just give the council update on our regional housing needs allocation and our progress. And so the dashboard that's been set up by the state, which is updated annually, shows a snapshot of progress that our region has made and issued permits to meet our RHNA. As you can see, our city has the largest RHNA allocation, 3,354 units, that's shown in the green bars, and that we are making significant progress shown in the blue bars, especially given we're not through the halfway point of the 8-year RHNA cycle, which is from 2020 to 2028. SLO has met our RHNA numbers for the above moderate income categories, and we're making some great progress on the low income categories. And we have many projects that are in the pipeline that will ultimately help achieve that. Certainly more progress is needed in the moderate and very low income categories. And we expect with the adoption of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, we expect to see some continued progress that can be made. And then most recently, the county, in partnership with the city, was awarded an encampment resolution fund. We hope to see that project move forward and see that really help out in meeting our progress in the very low income category. And I bring this to your attention tonight, Madam Mayor and Council, because one of your items on your consent calendar is a resolution to essentially submit to the state an application for pro-housing. And if there were any questions that the council had, or that there was any inquiries about why, I felt it was important that ultimately we give a progress report in addition to the scorecard that's part of the agenda item as part of the consent request. And with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. What, as always, an awesome, thorough report. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, just to follow up on your last point there, thank you so much for the great report. So just to clarify, the pallet homes that we just received funding for will count towards the very low income category?
I'm going to ask Michael Codron to come up one more time. And Ms. Tway, I won't put you on the spot just yet.
Hey, Derek, that's great.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, the project is funding to provide, it's a encampment resolution grant. So it's specifically targeting people who are homeless in the vicinity of the location where the both supportive and transitional housing will be provided. And it's all very low income and low income as well, but it's because there are some homeless people and people are at risk that are low income, not all very low or extremely low income. So it does provide for a range.
And that is despite them being transitional or temporary housing versus more
Yes.
long-term housing?
Yes, and the more than just housing, the program provides for the wraparound services to help people be successful in their new environment.
I'm very excited about it. Yeah, thank you.
I would just note for the council that the Board of Supervisors is set to take up that item on July 11th. So the governor has made their announcement. The second step will be for the Board of Supervisors to formally accept the grant. And then initially we've had some conversations of what will be the subrecipient, because the city will receive close to about $600,000 in funding as part of that. And so we'll likely need to bring forward a grant for the council's consideration.
Great, thank you. I was going to say, we don't have the funding yet, but very, very close. We're all really, really excited about this. So quick question. I know I saw something around if you have really bulky items for the cleanup to call a number first. Do you happen to have that number with you?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask Ms. Buckingham to come forward and answer that question. She's probably got that phone number handy to help guide the public to where they should call.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I do have that phone number. It is San Luis Garbage. So if you go onto their website, sanluisgarbage.com, and then their phone number is, let me pull up their website, 805-543-0875.
Great, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate it. Just figure if anyone has any large items, I want to make sure that they aren't surprised when no one picks them up. So wonderful. Well, now is that time where it is public comment on items. Oh, so sorry, I didn't see your name. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, just one more question about the RENA items. I don't know if Director Codron wants to come back up and answer this one, but I noticed, and I've noticed this before, in the above moderate area, we're about 400 units over our required RENA number. And so I'm just wanting to clarify that doesn't excuse us from building the units that were required in the other categories, right? So those were counted in the percentage of 65% towards our total, but we still have to build all the other units and all the other categories to the specified number, right?
That's correct. And we have a lot of work to do in that area. And as we've talked about, particularly with the inclusionary housing ordinance update, we talked about bringing other resources to bear to create more affordable housing in the community. And so the Community Development Department's work program over the next 2 years will investigate additional options and bring those to the City Council for consideration. The main thing to know is that the City of San Luis Obispo has an inventory that will allow for the construction of those affordable homes. And so we just have to do the work of bringing those projects forward, identifying different strategies to bring those projects forward. But we do have a certified housing element and we do have the inventory to make it happen.
Well, thank you for all the work that you've done in your 27 years and your team to get us to the point where we are doing better than any of our neighbors in those numbers. Appreciate it.
Absolutely my honor and pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Councilmember. So now is the time we have public comment for items not on the agenda, not on the consent agenda, not on the voting agenda. So if you have a yellow slip or whatever color slip they are right now, I think they're blue or gray. If you have some comments you'd still like to provide that you have not provided your slip, this is that time. And City Clerk, do we have any commenters?
Yes, we have 3.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Michael Burke. After that will be Barry Price, and then Geraldine Clemens.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Michael Burke, and I'm the Construction Director for the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo. I'm here tonight to provide you with a brief update of the Anderson Hotel renovation. As most of you know, the Anderson is a collaboration between federal, state, and local officials to preserve very low-income housing in the downtown core for the city's most vulnerable residents. The project involves seismic retrofitting, system upgrades, right-of-way improvements, and elements of beautification. The renovation is expected to be complete around August of 2024. As part of facilitating the right-of-way improvements and the renovation, we've had to rework the flow of traffic along the project frontages, which has resulted in temporary loss of a few spaces along Morrow Street, parking spaces that is. To help lessen the impact, we are working with the affected business owners, city staff, Downtown SLO, and the city's economic development department to develop a marketing campaign that will further draw interest to the area, which will include banners and additional wayfinding signage. In addition, we will be meeting with business owners monthly to continue an open dialogue for the duration of the project. That includes my update. Thank you for your time, and feel free to direct any questions to our Executive Director, Scott Collins, or myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Price.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council members. It's nice to see you all again. I'm here to speak about my current favorite topic, which is housing affordability and availability. You've never heard me speak about that before, right? But seriously, though, I was very fortunate recently to be able to participate in a pair of webinars that was presented by the League of Women's Voters of SLO on this topic that focused on housing issues. Perhaps some of you were able to listen to some of that. There were two things that really stood out to me from those webinars that I think bear repeating for the council's consideration. First, at this moment, we're really heavily invested in market-based solutions, even though the market has had decades to solve this problem and has utterly failed to produce the range of housing types and costs that we need. And as good as some of the programs that we have going on, as good as they are, they're primarily dependent on private capital and market fundamentals. The second thing that really stood out from those webinars is that even the builders and developers in the community are now coming to this same conclusion, that the market has not been able to meet affordability needs and cannot solve the problem, especially at the moderate and low income end of the scale. And we just saw the Reno numbers that Mr. Johnson put up that are showing that. Developers just can't build housing that cheaply. You know, the numbers it doesn't pencil out for them. You could gut CEQA. It would be a terrible mistake. You could eliminate all your zoning restrictions and parking requirements. You could cut fees even more, which would hamstring our ability to build roads and sewers and provide the infrastructure that supports those developments. You could do all of that, and you still would have no way of reconciling the difference between cost and income. The market just can't bridge that gap. So what are we going to do that the market can't do? How are we going to reconcile the difference between cost and income? The conclusion has to be that we can't simply build our way out of this without enacting robust cost controls, ensuring tenant protections, and creating more options for social housing that are freed from the demands of market fundamentalism. On that second webinar, even the building industry representatives said as much and called for expansion of publicly funded and publicly owned housing. We've had some wonderful successes in that area. The Anderson Hotel is a great example of that. We need a lot more of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Geraldine Clemens.
Hi, Mayor and Council and everybody else that's present. My name is Jerry Clemens, and I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo. I have a statement that I want to make. I'm involved in a statewide event that's going to be taking place on June 29th of this year. From here in SLO, it's going to be from 5:30 to 6:30. In brief, this action is meant to demonstrate the growing, broad-based support for Governor Newsom to stop issuing new oil and gas drilling permits, especially permits for drilling near neighborhoods, hospitals, and schools. In 2022, the legislature passed and Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 1137 that would prohibit new oil and gas wells within 3,200 feet of homes, schools, and other places people could be harmed by drilling operations. Now, the oil and gas industry is trying to overturn these important health and safety regulations to serve their greedy interests. The oil and gas companies and their industry lobbyists have used their wealth to qualify a ballot initiative to repeal the new law. Critically, the new law includes safeguards for the millions of Californians who live within the roughly half-mile buffer zone of existing drilling operations. Our action on June 29th is, like I said, part of a statewide campaign to demonstrate our opposition to that initiative and call on Governor Newsom to continue his climate leadership by ending drilling in neighborhoods and stopping the issuance of new drilling permits. Sorry about that. Anyway, I am asking each and every one of you, if at all possible, to show up to this event. If you can't show up, or if you can't speak out, can you please send a letter to me in support, showing your support that I can actually read at this event so that our community members know that the City Council is behind this action. It is so important that we all remain in solidarity with everyone that's affected, by living near the oil and gas production. The health and safety issues that they all are experiencing today. I don't know if anybody heard about the latest that took place, is taking place right at the moment in Kern County, where 27 wells are leaking methane gases, and the company that is running these particular wells is refusing to clean them up. Anyway, we need to support all of our citizens here in the United States. Thank you. In the United States, California, wherever.
Thank you so much. Any other commenters?
No, there are not.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Marks.
Yeah, I have a question for the city attorney about the city's capacity to build publicly owned housing or lack thereof.
Yeah, so unfortunately, there's a current constitutional limitation on the direct funding and procurement running by cities of public housing. There's a lot of discussion about movements to repeal that constitutional provision, but that would obviously be a significant state undertaking. So currently there are constraints. The city does fund affordable housing through its affordable housing funds, and has leveraged and allowed our partners to leverage substantial funds to produce that kind of housing, particularly with HASLO and People Self-Help Housing, Transitions Mental Health, and others, and the projects that Michael's talked about and been a part of and in the lead on over his many, many years of service to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for sharing that as well. Appreciate it. I know there's times also people have asked us for rent control, and it's not something that we have in our purview, but it is something that can be mobilized throughout the entire state of California, but not at this level of government. Okay, so next we have our consent agenda. We have quite a few things on the consent agenda. So before we get there, I'd like to see if there are any items that would like to be pulled by my colleagues or if we have a recusal. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. I will be recusing from item 5F as one of the potential recipients of a DEI slow business grant I work with professionally. So I'll recuse from that item.
Great, thank you. Anything else to be pulled? Okay. So at this time, before we get into our deliberation voting, we'll bring up any public commenters, and I believe we have a few. City Clerk?
Yes, we have three. Excuse me. The first one, Bettina Swigger. The next one, Robbie McLaughlin. And then our final speaker is Eric Beam.
Council and council members and staff, thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Bettina Swigger. I'm the CEO of Downtown SLO, and I'm also a downtown San Luis Obispo resident. I want to say thank you so much for your partnership. It is truly an honor to lead Downtown SLO at this specific time and steward this organization and its downtown. I think about Michael's leaving tonight, and we were in Leadership SLO together 10 years ago. And it's always really important to reflect on the time that you have in the specific moment and all of the work that's come before and all that will come after. And this moment in time, downtown is really vibrant and alive. This weekend was full of celebrations and a lot of economic activity, including early in the morning with the graduates and their parents enjoying some beverages at the early morning hours at the bars, with the wonderful Juneteenth celebration in the plaza, and there was even a screening of The Big Lebowski at our solar-powered Palm Theater. So there's truly something for everyone downtown, and it was really a thrill to see so many of our sidewalks full of shoppers and to eavesdrop on their conversations, remarking how clean, safe, and welcoming our downtown is. And I'm here wearing my Concerts in the Plaza t-shirt because our Concerts in the Plaza series starts this Friday at 5 p.m. We'll be running this community happy hour every Friday through September 8th. The music will start at 5 with singer-songwriter Natalie Haskins, and the band Ghost Monster will play at 6. And adding the singer-songwriter to the lineup last year was one of the best things we've done for that program. It gives more local artists the chance to perform on that stage, and it really strengthens the music community. So I look forward to seeing everyone there. And also Farmers Market is thriving and operating at full capacity. We currently have about 120 vendors every week, and we have a wait list for vendors. There are 35 new businesses that have opened downtown in this fiscal year, and 2 of those actually got their start as farmers market vendors. So Proof and Gather, a wonderful bakery, and the Dough Connection, where you can buy cookie dough and milkshakes. They proved that our post-pandemic model of operations is serving as a way to incubate businesses and serve retail storefronts downtown. So 2023 marks the 40th anniversary of Farmers Market, and I'd like to just give a little invitation for everybody to join us for our block party celebrating our 40th anniversary on July 6th, which will feature 80s karaoke, an exhibit of photos from over the years, and some other surprises and delights. So just want to say thank you for your partnership on behalf of our board of directors, the 500 businesses within our boundaries, and our team of passionate professionals who work for you every day. We're really grateful and proud to work with you and make downtown the civic, economic, and cultural center of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and happy anniversary.
Robbie McLaughlin.
Madam Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is Robbie McLaughlin. I'm the owner and head coach at Headstrong Fit, as well as the CEO and founder of Mission Headstrong. I founded Headstrong with the hopes of providing community members a place of belonging where people can come as they are, challenge themselves to reach their goals, and to be part of a community where they can grow in all aspects of life. Long before Headstrong was founded, I had a vision of creating a nonprofit that could serve as a place where those who have barriers or limitations in life in a fitness center where they were welcomed. Whether that be physical or intellectual disabilities, trauma, financial stress, formerly incarcerated, or single parents, just to name a few. In December, Mission Headstrong was founded, and the vision is to make health and fitness accessible to all. Our long-term goal, our long-term hope is to utilize the nonprofit to develop all our coaches and staff to understand how to work with specialized populations. We dream of partnering with organizations like Lumina Alliance, where we provide a space on or off site to safely and appropriately help victims and survivors of violence. We also dream of partnering with agencies engaging with the current and formerly incarcerated, such as Restorative Partners, to provide fitness classes and to join in the mentorship program. And my personal dream is to supplement gym costs, training, and childcare for those experiencing financial hardship, particularly in single parents. As we've laid down the foundations of Mission Headstrong, we carefully thought through how to prepare to work with various marginalized and underrepresented groups. We can have the best intentions in helping others, but without appropriate trauma-informed specialized training, we risk further harming others, which is why we are seeking our certifications and consultants to ensure our coaches and staff are all aligned, trained, culturally competent to work with these vulnerable populations. As a combat veteran, I know what it is like to feel like an outsider in a town that for many years prided itself in being the happiest city in the nation. It is not the happiest when you are a veteran experiencing mental health issues while trying to get your life back together in a town that is stretched in its resources. But one thing I do love about our small community is the ability to be innovative and collaborative to make our community more welcoming, safe, and inclusive. We would not be able to prepare to work our first population without all considering us for funding for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Slow Business Grant. I want to thank you for your investment into Autism Fitness Program. By this time next year, we will have 15 coaches trained to work with autistic individuals and 1 coach continuing for advanced certification in order to gain the credentials to conduct training we are receiving from the East Coast. This will allow Mission Headstrong to clarify other coaches and fitness centers in the city, and maybe one day all gyms, fitness centers in the SLO city will be certified autistic-friendly gyms and be a place of belonging for verbal and nonverbal autistic community members.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Eric Beam.
Hi, I'm Mayor and Council Eric Vium, Chair of the SLO Climate Coalition. I'm here joined this evening with my co-chair, Kristen Hazard, in the audience, and just want to make some comments on the agreement before you tonight on your consent agenda. So this agreement before you is a renewal of an original agreement that was formalized in 2017 when the city originally adopted climate action as its major city goal. The agreement most fundamentally acknowledges that it takes all of us to take action on climate and that we're stronger together, and it empowers collaboration in support of climate action. The SLO Climate Coalition's community-based, equity-centered education, outreach, and action-oriented programs directly support implementation of SLO's Climate Action Plan and our 2035 carbon neutrality goal. The SLO Climate Coalition is growing and professionalizing rapidly. So far this year, we have part of last year, we've hired a grants manager and a marketing manager. We have over $500,000 in grants outstanding that we're excited to hear back on shortly, and rapidly professionalizing and enhancing our communications. I want to thank the support from the council, from Derek, and from staff across departments, particularly Bob and his team in sustainability. And I want to appreciate the council and staff liaison with whom we are able to deepen our collaboration and ultimately our collective impact, helping every member of our city to do their part to slow progress of the climate crisis. I want to use this opportunity to invite those in the community to visit us at sloclimatecoalition.org to learn about ways to get involved, to support climate action in our community. And again, thank you, council and SLO staff, for your partnership and all that we do together in the following year and the years that follow. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Okay. Well, at this time, since we're going to have Councilmember Pease recuse herself, if there's, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to look at what number that is. Apologize. Thank you. 5F. We can go ahead and do 5F first and then do all the rest. Does that sound good for you? Councilor Pease?
I didn't know if there was discussion and I should leave the room or. if
That's
you
what I was
all-
thinking, is if you leave the room for that one item, and then we'll do that one first, and then you can come back for the rest.
Sure.
Great, thank you. We're going to do the DEI economic grants first, 5F. Okay, Vice Mayor Marks, did you have a question or a comment?
No, I'd just like to move the staff recommendation on 5F.
All right. Well, I'm happy to second that. I'm really excited about these grants. I think that this is really another step in how we see DEI being able to come through more of our departments and more of our work to be able to help the entire community, as well as to move forward our economic recovery. So really excited about that. Councilmember Shorsman.
I just want to take an extra second to thank the HRC, the Human Relations Commission, for putting so much energy and care into making their recommendations, providing all the information about all the grants and all the applications that were received, and the information about why they chose to support the applications that they did. And thank you to all those who applied. Just some really great programs, and some, of course, not surprisingly, community members that really want to do their best by our community and make it as inclusive and welcoming as they can. And so just a great pool of applicants, and I appreciate and suggest to those who maybe didn't get funded this time that to throw your hat in the ring next time.
Thank you, great advice. And there's always so many more grant applicants than we have money for. Okay, so that's a motion and a second. All right, can we have City Clerk roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
And the motion passes 4-0 with one recusal. Thank you so much. City, perfect. All right, now we'll move forward for the rest of the items on the consent agenda. Do you have any comments? Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. I had a comment on the housing designation, and I don't need to pull it for a separate vote, but we did get some late correspondence with some questions, and I think they are questions that I would love to see a memo in the future, some kind of a staff response, if that's appropriate. I don't know if there are other questions that people feel they need to address in the moment, but I would be comfortable getting a memo down the road.
Yeah, I think a memo would be great. And City Manager, did you want to have any comment to some of those? We had that same, during my agenda review, I had the same comment as well. Some of the information may not be as completely correct.
Yeah, I guess, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, we're happy to answer questions now, and we can provide some brief information, and then we can ultimately provide some information back to the originator of the correspondence, if that's helpful. I think the essence of is, I think, I'll ask Ms. McClish or Michael to come forward, is that the scorecard did exactly what we'd hoped, really identifies where there's areas where we can make some progress and advance some areas in the future. And oddly enough, the areas in our work program really align with those gaps. So I think the answer to council is that if you want a memo, we can say that. But I think otherwise, the work program is really going to come forward and explore and engage the community on those questions where the writer really identifies. And so, Teresa, Michael, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Councilmember Francis. Just so the public is brought in, they probably didn't look at all of our emails. There was a member of the public that was commenting on 5J, the pro-housing designation. Of course, loved the idea of us getting more funding through grants, but was feeling as though we, as the staff had already been doing the minimum only on the housing work that we have done. And so we wanted to share that there's actually quite a bit more that we have been doing, but also seeing that there's more that we need to do, as the city manager mentioned, around our work plan and what's going forward in housing. Is that a good wrap up? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, I've got Councilmember Shoresman and then Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out some of the great things again on our consent agenda tonight. In addition to the DEI grants that we've already approved, there's a whole bunch of great stuff in addition to the pro housing designation survey, the application to get that designation. I'm also really looking forward to approving the long-awaited funding for the kiosk and bathrooms downtown. I know that's been a project on the books for a long time, as well as the MOUs with several of the organizations that were here tonight and spoke that have really gone a long way in helping us meet our major city goals as partners, and will continue to do so, and I'm pleased to see that. And it is a fitting tribute, I think, tonight to Director Codron's retirement, that we'll be looking at getting this pro housing designation to help us do even more on that topic that has already been, just in the first hour of our meeting, a hot one. So looking forward to supporting the consent agenda tonight.
Thank you. And Councilmember Pease, before we move on to Councilmember Francis, did you want to still see a memo of some sort? I mean, I'd support that.
Yes, I was going to see if other council members wanted to address the questions in the moment, which would be fine too, but my thought was, as I think our city manager noted well, that I think we can proceed with the designation as it is, and just have the record cleared up by memo at some point.
Great, sounds good. Thank you so much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I was only going to add that the writer expressed that we had, a few shortcomings, and I think we saw some of that in our arena numbers today, some of the areas that we really need to address. And what I'm just most excited about is that this pro housing designation opens up all of this potential grant funding so that we can really start to address those shortcomings and make housing more accessible to more people in this community. So I'm looking forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yes, and I would love if the memo could also look at some possible creative and new ideas that are out there in terms of addressing some of the problem areas that we have in especially the missing middle, and where as Barry Price was saying, the market really can't address it, and as the city attorney was saying, we can't build housing, but is there anything else out there? So this is a challenge for our new community development director.
Well, I think also.
What options are there out there for us to pursue? So thank you.
Thank you, and I think also this, as the city manager mentioned earlier, about the work plans that we do have, addresses some of those, creativity that we need to look at, as well as missing middle, and I believe city manager wants to add a little bit more.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Marks, I think exactly that's what our work program did, is identify. So I think the work program items identify those gaps. I think, it was no secret, I think, that how we're proceeding on the RENA dashboard, and it really shows the gaps. And I think the council's been clear is that you want ideas about policy and where the city can effectuate policy or programs or advance potentially funding items. And so that is the essence of our work program. And so I think there's a whole range, and we'll just, I think, remind the council of what the council adopted 2 weeks ago, and just remind the council of what's in the work program.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
So just to clarify the memo, are we talking about something more than just a response to the constituent who wrote in about the different items where she thought that we were lacking or had work that we needed to do, that is CC'd to council, and so it's officially part of our record, or are we talking about something more than that? I think that's sufficient personally, but.
Yeah, I think the idea of a memo is that way the whole community can access that one memo versus so-and-so's response, I think is important to me. And also, whenever staff responds only to one person's comments, they may not always be answering the full questions that is presented. So I think that's part of the challenge is when someone has questions and they put their own flavor of, sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this, their truth, there might be a little bit more to that. And so I'd love to see it framed in what we actually have planned and in the work plan.
And how would that memo be shared? Just through?
Usual way. City manager?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Shorsman, so my recommendation is we use the agenda correspondence. So what you're asking essentially is for staff to develop agenda correspondence. We'll do that based upon the submittals, and so we'll address the comments that were provided, and then in addition, we'll just kind of then address the already identified work program items, and so with some details about when the timing of those one will come forward. So if the writer is interested in following some of those items, then they have a rough idea of the time periods of when council or other advisory bodies may be considering those.
Excellent. Not used to seeing agenda correspondence after the meeting has happened, so, but that makes sense. Yeah. And I'm happy to make a motion to approve the consent agenda if we're ready to do that.
Okay, great. Well, I just want to add my 2 cents as well. I won't belabor too much, but I also agree around the pro housing. I'm very excited to see that. And I think that one of the things that was mentioned around the marketing and, I'm sorry, the market and funding is we're constantly looking at how do we bring in additional funding, and this is one of those ways, is to be able to access additional funding by being designated as a pro-housing city. So I think that's really exciting. I know I don't know, about 6 months ago at our mayor's meeting, we brought in someone from Sacramento for the, I forget what all of the acronym stands for, but California Municipal Organization who gives funding for actual moderate to low income housing, and it helps the cities be able to afford it since we can't actually build it ourselves. So looking at all different ways that we can be creative. So we'll go ahead and Councilmember Shorsman, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Pease.
I'll second Councilmember Shorsman's. She did move and we just didn't get to the second.
All right, so Councilmember Shorsman, do you want to make your official motion?
I will move the rest of the consent agenda minus, what was it, 5F that we already approved.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Second.
Great, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. It is 6:49. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll see you back at 7 o'clock. Well, thanks, everybody, for rejoining us, the few who have come back. Chief Tuggle is here to share about the fire department and their annual 2022 report.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to take a stab at the tech here. Hopefully I get this. Nope. Okay, I got the nod. All right, well, Madam Mayor and Council and audience and community, thank you for the opportunity to share the annual report for San Luis Obispo City Fire Department tonight for the calendar year 2022. It's quite the honor to be here before you, and I have to be honest, I'm a little humbled to even get to share this because truly this is bragging about other people's accomplishments in the truest sense. Being hired in December of last year, I'm going to talk about the accomplishments of prior administration, prior leadership, and it's truly my pleasure to do that. 2022 represented really a seismic shift in where we're at with the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic, and the restrictions and the uncertainty that the pandemic brought to the table. 2022 represented that shift, and unfortunately, it brought us right into a whole nother level of uncertainty with the economic uncertainty. And I've heard the term affectionately termed permacrisis that we found ourselves in as we enter into 2023. But a couple of things stayed the same, and I'll talk about three themes early on. With regards to the fire department, so three themes that we had is one of the first theme I want to talk about is retirements and that transition in leadership. And so we had several retirements that happened or that were a celebration for key staff, including, and I got to work through my PowerPoint here, but we had a fire chief, battalion chief, a deputy chief, 3 captains all retired in the year 2022. And I'm remiss if I didn't talk about Chief Agson for just a moment. Chief Agson got hired in 2017, and for 6 years, he was the leader of this organization. And 2022, in my mind, really brought to a culmination his leadership and his efforts in the department. And really what you're seeing in this last year, and I'll talk about for a while, is the leadership that he brought to the table and was executed by the staff here in the organization, which I'm very glad to say, I think we have a few here tonight to celebrate with me this great year. So one theme for this last year was that transition of leadership and successful transition in leadership, I would like to add thus far. The second thing I'd like to bring up is dedication, the dedication of your department to this community, our department to this community. And there was plenty of opportunities to show that dedication. Throughout the year, there was lots of challenges that the department took on, and it was because of that dedication to when there was a need, the department stepped in and filled it. There was a 13% increase in call volume last year. Last year we saw the mobile crisis unit step forward. Open space rescue was enhanced and improved. Emergency management was instituted as a position and was really fully developed as a concept. And we were lucky enough to find out in January of 2023 just how successful that investment of time and energy was. We also saw weed abatement take place in 22, and we've seen a good program be developed as we go into 23. We also saw inspections, new buildings, new residents put online. We talked about all the housing that's gone on with the fire department also plays a part in that with our partners in community development, public works, utilities. We also saw development review as the city continued to grow. And we also had our fire marshal who filled in and did double duty as the building official for multiple years. But dedication is the motivation. Innovation is really where creativity and ingenuity coalesce to form some really new solutions to some significant challenges. And I want to highlight 4 innovations that your fire department brought to our community that showed themselves in this last year. So I briefly mentioned emergency management as one of those innovations. But if you look at the list here, this is just a real short list of what innovation looked like during 22, and that included drive-through shot clinics, Cal Poly EOC exercises, EOC exercise for the city, a simulation of a downed commercial airline, which is an ungodly event, but nonetheless something that we really need to be prepared for. Community disaster preparedness, actual trip back east to the Emergency Management Institute with a large group from the city and the county. Funding for fuels mitigation projects within the creek beds, which rose to new level of concern in the last couple of years. And emergency management was innovative in figuring out solutions to that. Another item that I want to bring to the table is emergency response and open space rescue. We are so fortunate to have thousands of acres of open space and literally hundreds of miles of trails that we have access to here, and that access creates emergencies. Our folks continued to innovate. We've had this open space rescue program for several years, but the innovation this year was about helicopter rescue. And we actually had folks that innovated, saw a need, and went out and got trained and worked collaboratively with our partners at CHP, our partners in Santa Barbara County, and the Sheriff's Department to be able to actually hoist rescue folks off of mountains in our area. We've had 2 this year. We had 2 last year. So that program is a good example of the innovation happening. Another one is our fire vehicle mechanic. And I'm going to take one quick second to really highlight the Battalion Chief Command build. There are bids out there right now for well over $100,000 to buy a new Suburban, a new Tahoe, and convert that into a command vehicle. Our fire vehicle mechanic and our mechanics assistant, Dylan Archer, stepped forward. So Gus Vargas, our fire vehicle mechanic, supervising fire vehicle mechanic, and Dylan Archer, our mechanic assistant, collectively took a brand new off-the-line Suburban, gutted it, rewired it, turned it into a Battalion Chief Command vehicle, saving the department somewhere between $40,000 and $60,000 in that build. And it's a great innovative solution to a real challenge. And then the last one is the mobile crisis unit. You all know, you've heard me talk about it a lot, but when we talk about innovation and creativity and risk, and really stepping out on a limb, I think a lot of credit is owed to former police chief, a former fire chief, our council, policy leadership to really step out with a lot of bravery and courage and do something special. And we've seen the results of that. So we talked about some of the retirements, leadership transition. We've talked about dedication. We've talked about innovation. Let's talk about some of the rest of the accomplishments in the department during 2022. So this is just a rough list of generally some of the accomplishments that we had over the year. A couple of highlights: the first countywide public safety career fair, Chief Agson stepping forward, bringing in agencies from all across the county to help encourage our young people to pursue a career in public safety. Talked about helicopter rescue tech, the Elise Ann Ruish Burn Foundation, the Burn Relay. If you're not familiar with that foundation, it's a remarkable foundation that really helps a population in need. The County Zone Haven Evacuation Project, it's ongoing. It will be implemented this summer. We added another peer support clinician. We engaged in active shooter training with Cal Poly, hosted our own training. And then the last one down there, Fire Scope 500 and slow operations, which was really a heavy investment in training for our personnel to manage incidents in a more comprehensive fashion and manage risk in a much more efficient manner. By department, administration essentially handles, make sure that the wheels are greased and that the operation moves forward. We secured over $112,000 in grants. You see a smiling picture there of our emergency manager that we hired mid-2022 and talked about some of the innovative accomplishments. And we started the MCU, and MCU falls under fire administration, or it did at one point. Now it falls under operations. Fire prevention continues to be a key player in our organization, and I can't say enough about what our fire prevention team does. They really are kind of the unsung heroes. You know, when the call comes in on 911, we get to see the lights and the sirens and the big red fire engine, but really day in and day out, when it comes to prevention and when it comes to mitigation and when it comes to preparation, fire prevention really stands as a hallmark to our city in helping make sure that our built environment is safe from the get-go, and that ongoing, our continuous inspections continue to see that safety realized day in and day out. So a couple numbers to keep in mind are occupancy inspections. That keeps growing as we build out in our city. Plans reviewed, that is new buildings coming online, and we continue to grow. And the hazardous materials inspections or hazmat inspections, you see we have taken over the county, what we call CUPA, which is essentially hazardous materials inspections within the city limits. That is a revenue generating program. We manage that as a participating agency, and we continue to work to make thriving businesses or help ensure thriving businesses operate safely within our city to contribute to the economy. Training continues to be a significant investment. It was last year, it will continue to be. I think our employee engagement surveys really spoke to that, succession planning being a key component to that. One thing I did want to highlight here is that we do have mentions in there total JAC hours. That is the Joint Apprenticeship Committee. That is a state-funded program that actually brings revenue back into the department that we then use for training equipment to help us in our efforts. And then emergency response, I talked about this briefly. We did see a 13% increase in call volume from last year. We had 6,200, and if I had my glasses on, I could tell you the last two numbers. But suffice it to say, we had a 13% increase from 2021, and we firmly believe that call volume will continue to grow as we grow the city, as we grow Cal Poly. Our homeless population is also a big component of that. It's about 18% of the call volume is coming from the needs of the homeless population within our city. But I am glad to say that we are continuing to respond appropriately to those calls and are offering a really high level of care to our constituency. Top fires that we had within the city. Fortunately, we didn't have a lot of fire loss, and what you're seeing there, are damaging fires to local, to residents within our community. However, fortunately, those fires, we were able to get a lot of resources there fairly quickly, and we're able to contain those the damages to a relatively small amount. We also provide mutual aid to statewide incidents, and that is good experience for our personnel to see that wildland fire experience, because we know at some point within the city we are going to see that. As we look around at our green hills, as they start to turn brown, we have a history of that. Fortunately, it's not a long and distinguished history, but we do have a history of wildland fire in our community, and we know we'll see it again. So it's important for our folks to be prepared for that. And as a side note, it does bring revenue reimbursement back into the department in the city. So that's our accomplishments. And then we also host a lot of events. So as much as we enjoy turning on the lights and the sirens and honking the horn, we do also host a lot of events within this city. And this is just a brief list of some of those cities. We do also take part in Farmers Market each week. And so May, we host the bike breakfast. I saw several of you all and your families. That was quite nice this year. That is a staple for us at Station 1 out at South and Broad. We also host the 9/11 Memorial, Open House, Burn Relay, and in last November we had a promotional ceremony, and we did fill the boots. So, and then at Christmas, we also, with the help of the Downtown SLO, we had the Christmas parade, and we weren't quite the attraction that Elvis was this year, but I'll take a strong second behind Elvis. So I also wanted to do an update on the 2018 strategic plan as we wrap up, for the most part, the strategic plan and shift gears into the next cycle. Did want to bring to light where we're at with the strategic plan from 2018, and it was largely a focus on culture. You do have in the agenda packet the 2018 strategic plan. It's fairly lengthy. I tried to summarize it into one slide. I think it's about 60 pages. I pulled it into one slide. Well, let me rephrase that. Our admin specialist actually pulled it into one slide. Culture was a big focus on that, or in that strategic plan. Connecting with the community, being able to engage with the community was a strategic initiative, along with the continuous program evaluation. In other words, constantly going back and, are we doing what we said we were going to do, and are we doing what we're doing well? And I think I can say that in the 5 years since this plan was born, we have brought a lot of that to fruition. Data-driven decisions, data analysis, data capture has been a big component of what we've done. And we've improved, or the goal was to improve organizational and fiscal sustainability. And I think on both of and I can honestly say on both of those fronts, we've done much better, both in improving our revenue streams and improving our organizational sustainability in terms of succession planning and making sure that our mission and our resources are in line with our mission. To date, we finished 80% of the initiatives that were in that 2018 plan. We've completed those. So moving forward, we've done a lot of the work for the 2023 to 25 financial plan. The strategic plan will extend longer than that, and we've done a lot of work to prepare that. However, it is not a final product. I will give you a little preview on it. There's a big focus on technology, innovation, as we've already talked about, data-driven decision-making, continuous improvement, right on cue, way to go. Continuous improvement, I did want to note in here EMS survivability. That is an important metric to determine how well we are doing as a whole. So we discuss it at the county level with our regulatory body, the Emergency Medical Services Agency, and then that has that then translates into action here in the city. And so EMS survivability will continue to be a metric that we look at. We're also looking at expansion of the MCU through outside funding, which we just talked about from the last strategic plan. Succession planning, I think when we talked about the employee engagement survey, succession planning was a huge component of the request by our personnel. We have a lot of young folks, and it's important that we make sure they get the experience and the training as quickly as possible as we look to grow in the future. And then lastly was, excuse me, emergency management and prevention to continue to grow that out. It's a new program, less than a year old, emergency management, but looking to continue to grow that out. Vegetation and fuels management is obviously a major component for us here in the city, and really trying to take a more direct view of how do we mitigate that, how do we address that moving forward as part of our overall emergency management posture here in the city. And with that, that is the end of our annual report. I tried to go fairly quickly, and I didn't lose anybody. Hopefully I didn't lose anybody in the audience or anybody on YouTube. Thank you for watching, and I appreciate your time. They got most of it. They made it to slide 28 of 30. But with that, I'll take the opportunity to answer any questions that you all may have, and I'm available for those.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
Going back to the 478 unique contacts for the MCU, are those contacts, are they unique contacts with follow-up, or is that all of the contacts, including the follow-up together?
So as I understand your question, is that individual, like people that we contacted, is that kind of the question?
Or is the same person 10 times?
It's not necessarily individuals that we have made contact with. So I think in one of the previous presentations I've done, I talked about the fact that sometimes we have to make contact with the same individual 5, 10, 15 times in order to see change. So that 478 is individual contacts, not necessarily individuals that we are seeing.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks.
Yeah, I have a question about your department's water use, putting out fires. Is it possible to use, with the WRF upgrade, will it be possible to use recycled water rather than potable water when it comes to putting out fires?
That is a really good question. I would say there's 2 restrictions or constraints that we're going to be living with on that. The first constraint is the contents of the recycled water and what the water contains in terms of solutes. And what I mean by that is there material that's in the water that would have that would not do well inside the pumps? So as water sits within the pumps and within the tanks, is there anything in that water that might degrade the pump or degrade the tanks? Our tanks are actually poly tanks, so they're actually not metal, they're a plastic material due to weight restrictions. And so if there's any material in that recycled water that could damage the pumps or the tanks, then we wouldn't be able to use it. The other constraint that we have is that the hydrants themselves are connected to the water system, the potable water system. It's all tied together. So if we were to use, a hydrant within the city, we're gonna be at the restriction. Yeah, well, basically we're getting whatever comes out of that hydrant. Let's put it that way. There are programs throughout the state that have recycled water hydrants. I am not familiar with what those systems exactly look like, and it looks like City Manager Johnson has something to add.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Marks. I just remind the council that in the long term, as we think about the one water approach, and Mr. Floyd is on a deserved vacation, so I'm probably a little bit outside my lane, but the idea eventually is to do groundwater injection. And so with the grant that we just recently received to clean up the groundwater basin, eventually we'll be replenishing the groundwater basin with wastewater once it's treated to a certain standard. And then at some point, we have the potential at some point to be reintroducing that supply to the overall system, and then it becomes part of the potable water system. We have some ways to go, but at least that's the concept. And so that's what we're working towards in the next couple of years, which may allay the chief's concerns in terms of, at the end of the day, any water that would be at the end of a hydrant would have to meet all the safe water drinking standards.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Tuggle, for condensing all of that incredible information. That was really great. I have a question about response time. It looked like there was a little bit of a distance between the goal time and then current response times. And I was wondering if you could speak to some of the barriers to meeting those goal times.
Absolutely. So there's several barriers to that. I think we factor in 3 individual response time metrics, and then those create a composite overall response time goal. A couple of them. One is our turnout time. So that's literally from the time we get the alarm to actually getting into the apparatus. That is a metric that we have some control over. If you notice, we missed that mark pretty substantially for 2022. And in light of potentially getting feedback on that question, I brought up the monthly data from 2022. And at one point, we were missing the mark by, we were over 2/3 of the way, or 1/3 of the way off of that mark. In the second half of 2022, we dropped down to the last 3 months. We missed the mark by 7 seconds, 1 second, and 5 seconds. So I think the 2022 data reflects a very poor performance early on that was, I feel, was corrected in the latter half of the year, and thus far in 2023 looks fairly similar to that. Another data point is the actual travel time. So that's from the time we get the call to the time we arrive at the call. Our metric is 4 minutes. That is an industry standard that we strive for. There's a lot of factors involved in that. It could be time of day. It could be a duplicate call. So in other words, we have 2 calls in one district at the same time. So the first call, we're probably going to meet our response time, but now the second call of an engine or an apparatus is coming from an adjacent district, and now that's going to extend those times out. And then also we have some parts of town where we are physically too far away to even meet it under the best of circumstances. And so that is a planning piece that is underway right now to try and trying to mitigate that with some of the annexations in the south portion of the city and some of the growth. We're hoping to be able to have the resources to address that in the future.
So do we feel that the current goal time is a realistic goal time? Just understanding all of those different variables, plus the current conditions of perhaps needing a new fire station down the line. Is that goal time in line with what we could actually realistically achieve?
That's a good question, and definitely has some financial implications down the line. I would say the industry standard exists for 2 main reasons. The first standard exists to arrive at a scene in order to, when there's a cardiac arrest episode, is to get to the scene and to initiate care CPR, and additional oxygen to the patient before brain death occurs at the 10-minute mark. So the earlier we get there, the more likely we'll have the ability to resuscitate a patient. So that's the first one that's important for response times. The second one has to do with flashover and fire conditions. And somewhere between, depending on the fire condition, somewhere between 7 and 10 minutes is where we can expect to start to see those flashover conditions. And we go from a room and contents fire to an actual building fire. And so it's important for us to arrive and extend our hose and put water on that fire to start to mitigate the actual event. So the metrics are important from an objective framework. And so it's important. I believe it's important for us to continue to strive to meet those goals.
Thank you for your answer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I had a gender review today, so I had the benefit of grilling him with a million questions already. But I did have one more that I forgot to ask earlier today. There is on page 746, and I believe it was in one of your slides, the slide that shows the different types of calls that sum up to the 7,162 total. And there's one on there that's 929 calls, and it's good intent call. What is a good intent call as compared to a regular service call or some of the other categories there?
I'm really glad you asked that question, and I'm glad because it's kind of a catch-all category, and the reason we use it is precisely that. It is a bit of a catch-all category. So if you notice, there's about 4,664 EMS calls. That is obviously the bulk of our call volume, but there's a lot of situations where we're going on calls that we don't use lights and sirens. And we're going out as we call it code 2. So we're driving out the door. And those calls can be anything from quite literally a cat in the tree, or something else that we might have to get out of a tree. It can be a lift assist. We actually do still go to facilities or residents where there's literally somebody's fallen and they cannot get up, and we are the one that they call. 911 is the resource for them. It can be animals in walls. It can be animals in heating units. Sometimes raccoons and possums find their way and they're making a lot of noise, and the dispatcher gets a 911 call and says, "Can somebody help me?" And guess who goes? It's usually us. So there is a certain portion of our calls where literally it's just nobody else knows what to do. And so we're the ones that oftentimes end up out there. So we, I think I'm kind of all humor aside, it literally is just, hey, nobody else can help. Can you come help? And so we do. And so it's a catch-all category that it's good intent. I think kind of to also follow up a little bit is one of the data-driven decisions that we are in the process of analyzing now is what are those lift assist calls, and how often are we going out, and is a 70,000-pound ladder truck the appropriate response to go lift somebody up off the floor when they're not having necessarily a medical emergency, but they really just need help. And we're in the process of analyzing that data to see how we can dispatch the appropriate resource to address situations like that. And we're hopeful that as we start to refine our dispatching procedures, that we'll be able to deploy the right resource to address that. But thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. I've actually had the same question about that. So that was a wonderful explanation and the impacts of that. And I know that there had been some talk about does that good intent ask get taken advantage of by perhaps even businesses, et cetera, and that is it appropriate to have a different kind of entity respond altogether, private, or is there a cost recovery kind of model? Is that still in conversation? I remember it has come up off and on over the years.
I might defer to the city manager on this one, but I would say there is potential for cost recovery. There was also a time not that long ago where we did have some challenges with some local businesses with that regard. We did change the dispatch procedures so that skilled nursing facilities with nurses on hand, on staff, at the scene could actually bypass the fire department and go straight to the ambulance service for a transport, whether it was scheduled or not. And that was one of the tools that was used to help reduce that call volume. It is a challenge at some level, and I can't speak yet to what the historical issues are behind that, but there are some potential future opportunities there.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, I think we're always mindful of when perhaps there might be interests that are externalizing costs to the city in terms of mitigating risks or otherwise reducing operational costs at the expense of then calling on city services. And so there are ways for us to take a look at that. You know, the most obvious one I think that the chief just mentioned relates to nursing facilities in which we've worked with them to skill up some of their force and help them really understand their role and responsibility in attending to their clients. But certainly we're constantly vigilant looking at that. It's interesting you raise this point because I think, you know, we're seeing strains on public safety service, just the calls for service, and you're going to hear from our police department here shortly. And, you know, not that this is happening here, I wouldn't want to alarm anyone, but certainly it is a topic of conversation about how we should be prioritizing public, you know, scarce public resources in a way that they're really responding to the highest and most important calls. And there are some surrounding agencies that are having to deprioritize calls or tell the public we're not responding to calls because they're not really within, you know, our priority schema. We're not there, but it's something we're always taking a look at.
Thank you. And I think those are just the right questions and conversations, right? Because it's one thing about the cost recovery, but more to the point is it impactful in us being able to meet those time goals, to be able to, if we're busy over here doing this thing, that maybe we're getting pulled from something else. So yeah, no, I appreciate the ongoing conversation on that one. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think I would add it's a delicate balance because we do want to provide a high level of service, an exceptional level of service, but at the same time, you know, if we are essentially subsidizing the operations of an organization, then that's not the role we're supposed to play. And I think I appreciate the city manager's support on that, and it is something we constantly review when we're looking at our stats each day, each month, each week, you know, each year.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because that was my question as well. I mean, when I think about someone just calling an ambulance if they need help because they've fallen versus calling the fire department, it seems as though there's some prevention aspects that I wonder, how do we encourage the public to utilize some of that as well? And then I also think about, you know, you're talking about the room fire versus a building fire. And again, just thinking prevention, I know you have the Ready, Set, Go this Thursday, and you have a lot of great stuff on the website, and just trying to think about how do we help our community with the prevention side of it and that kind of accountability and responsibility on their own as well. And so I guess, do you have any suggestions that the community can have as far as how to help with the prevention and managing fire for themselves?
Well, I would say going to the Ready, Set, Go, and that is obviously a broader concept for emergencies in general, not just necessarily for wildfire. That's about being ready for earthquakes, for floods, which we've seen, and it's also for wildfires. But I think on the preparedness side, for just the average, you know, accident that could occur in the house, you know, we check our smoke alarms twice a year. When we change a clock, we change a battery. Huge help. Smoke detectors save lives. Fire sprinklers, residential sprinklers are becoming a ubiquitous in our communities, and that's a good thing. Making sure that those systems are up and running is another proactive thing. Good housekeeping can really help with fire prevention. making sure that you have an exit in your home is a great way to assist with that. I think, you know, Councilmember Marks, you live in San Luis Ranch and you have no open flames in your house. You have electric only appliances. Certainly helps. So there's lots of things that can be done at the personal level to help prevent fires. And I think our community is a good example of that proactiveness, because we do have a really very low rate of fires in our community, which is we're very fortunate to have. Some other communities nearby are not quite so fortunate. I think that speaks volumes to our community and its awareness and preparedness.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't see any other questions. Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay. Well, that being said, do we have any other deliberation or Councilmember Pease?
No other questions, and just the, you know, gratitude for the department, for the work and the innovation and the dedication. I mean, the dollar value of property saved by, I mean, it's astonishing how quickly you all are able to get out there and the lives saved, and just really appreciative to the whole department.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the past leadership and our department, we are thankful for the support that we get from you all. It's quite fantastic, and we really do appreciate you all coming to visit our facilities and waving and coming to visit, you know, barbecues. It's much appreciated by everybody in the department, and our community really has been a big supporter of us. So we thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes, I just want to thank you again, and your team, everybody else. And you didn't mention this specifically, but I know you do a lot with the schools and the young kids, and I think that that's really, really important. It is in terms of fire prevention and all that, but also just kind of the mental health of the young people feeling protected and like there's somebody out there who's looking out for them. So thank you.
Thanks for adding that.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I said this earlier today, but I'll say it again. I think this is one of those reports that's just really easy to read and is a good thing to refer people to in the community. It has all the stats, you know, it shows all the successes and all right there in black and white and red, I guess, in this case. There's a lot of red in this document. But just appreciate the clarity and comment about, you know, all the activities that happen, especially at Fire Station 1. I think it's really cool to see a fire station that is so open to the public and used, you know, obviously as a really important emergency response facility, but it's also very open. You know, when my son was small, I mean, he had been in that fire bay many, many times before he was 10 years old. So that's not very common in most communities where, you know, you have a fire station like that is really a community building that people have a familiarity with. So I think that's really special. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Chief?
Sorry, no, thank you very much. And I think it speaks volumes to our community, quite frankly, that they love coming to the firehouse and we love having them.
Absolutely. And I think too, when you look at the accomplishments, I know that, as you all know, I work at Cal Poly, and during the pandemic, we all got very close to our Department of Emergency Management, and they gave the city big kudos around Mr. Blattler's position. So thank you very much to my colleagues for voting that way, but also for your team to really look at how do we help our whole community. So thank you very much. Much gratitude. Well, this is a receive and file, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. Thank you for your presentation. So next we're gonna split this up a little bit. We have two reports from the Chief Scott. We have the annual crime report and we have the military equipment use annual update. We're gonna go ahead and do the annual crime report first, and then we'll do the military equipment second.
Madam Mayor, members of council, and our community members here, and those watching at home. It is a privilege to be with you all here tonight to present the department's annual crime report. So the recommendation before you tonight is to receive and file tonight's report. 1 second, there we go. To receive and file the department's annual crime report for 2022. Tonight, myself and Captain Michael will be presenting the police department report, and then to give you a little context about what the numbers are telling us. Each year, the department comes to you with a presentation to talk about crime in our city. And this is really just a comparison between year to year, so you can kind of see the immediate trends that we're seeing out in the community. The report is focused mainly on the trends that we are seeing versus to include the strategies that we're employing to combat crime. I'll tell you, this report is a little bit different from others that you've seen. We have a great annual report that's headed your way, but it's important to pull this information out. Crime is not necessarily a fun topic to discuss, but we want to have a very direct conversation with you and our community to talk about exactly what is happening, and we think the best way to do that is to show you simply the facts. So as I mentioned, this report will cover police operations, staffing, traffic safety, downtown activity, as well as the crime trends, again, that we talked about throughout the calendar year. First, I just want to give you a brief overview of the significant projects that the department has had underway this year. We're currently working with our community partners to improve the effects of homelessness within our community. We know that continues to be a concern of our community and that of your department. We're supporting major city goals, including diversity, equity, and inclusion within the department and within our community. We're promoting recruiting and retention efforts in this difficult market. It's very hard to recruit high-quality police officers to come do this very difficult work. And so our efforts continue to be focused on quality recruiting and getting the very best candidates that are available in this highly competitive market. We're expanding data-driven solutions to enhance community policing efforts under smart policing, and we think having these resources available will maximize our ability to manage the precious resources that we have, utilizing them in the most valuable way for our community. And most excitingly, we will continue to develop our new 5-year strategic plan that will be coming to you for review a little bit later in the fall, and then we'll have the implementation first of next year. So in addition, I just want to provide a snapshot of some of the significant accomplishments from 2022, many of which are ongoing. And these are continuous efforts, not only from last year, but into the future. The department has leveraged existing resources, the ones that we have, to provide the highest level of service to our community. And again, that doesn't sound like a lot until you understand the challenges that we're facing in delivering the best services all the time with the staff that we have. We're going to talk a little bit about call volumes and how we see those effects on staffing and delivering those services. We hosted our first ever Groceries for Guns, a pilot gun buyback program. Captain Michael was very instrumental in creating and executing that program. We recovered over 200 unwanted weapons from our community within 4 hours. So that was really remarkable, and looking more into the future as we can continue to grow that program. We implemented a new and exciting community engagement framework called Spider Technology. You'll hear a little bit more about that in our presentation. And the data that's coming back from the people that consume our resources has been overwhelmingly positive. And I'm very happy to share some of that information with you. We also reported this year our racial profiling information back to DOJ. And so we've been working on this for a number of years to meet the mandate from the state, and very proud that we were able to now provide those numbers to DOJ for further analysis. And lastly, we're furthering community engagement through events like National Night Out, Coffee with a Cop, and other community events that we're able to partner with out in the community. And in fact, there was even occasion where we were serving ice cream. And so I look more towards those programs to engage our community and talk about the exciting things that we are doing in the department. So to set the stage a little bit before we get into the data, just to talk a little bit more about community outreach efforts, the department is incredibly fortunate to have such an engaged community in San Luis Obispo. And I think you heard that earlier tonight, that is the thing that sets our city apart, our community apart from others, is the quality and the level of engagement that we see from our community. We believe it's this engagement, this partnership that helps our community be as safe and as vibrant as it is. Working with our partnerships to keep our community safe, keep it welcoming and inviting to all those that may live here and visit our community. The department's goal is to provide, again, a safe and welcoming community for all, but most importantly, we do this through the reduction of harm, and you're going to hear a lot about harm reduction. You know, how do we make things better? How do we mitigate people that may become a victim or a survivor of crime? We implement this by reducing victimization. That's very important. Reducing traffic collisions, increasing multimodal safety, which is a council priority, making our roadways safe for everyone who has the ability to use them, and to carry out our Vision Zero pledge. We don't want fatalities on our roadways, and we should be doing everything in our power to continue to keep our roadways safe and have zero fatalities. Our focus remains on community and police relationships. We have great advisory bodies in both our Police Advisory Committee and the Police Roundtable. They continue to grow not only in numbers, but their purpose and collaboration. And it's very exciting to see these groups come into their own. We're building new collaborations and strengthening partnerships with our faith-based community, as well as county behavioral health on addressing the impacts of homelessness in our community. And as we talked before, this isn't a one solution option. To combat the issues that we're facing, it's going to take partnerships, creative partnerships throughout not only our community, but our county to make a real impact on the effects of homelessness on our streets. As we move into the data portion, I just want to briefly talk about police resources. And while we continue to be successful in recruiting, I am confident we're continuing to attract the highest level of candidates, the recruits to our department, which is great. So that's really a positive thing that we're doing. But as you see here in a minute when Captain Michael presents, we're still struggling to meet the calls for service, that our staff is, they're stressed, and we're trying to keep up with the attrition rate that we're seeing in our department. Authorized staffing remained at 91 full-time employees in 2022, of which 60 of those individuals are sworn police officers. The available staffing, however, was notably diminished. And we had this presentation last year, and we talked about the lack of people actually in the cars answering the calls. And so we estimate that deficiency to be anywhere from 20 to 30%. In honesty, it's about 25% of lost work availability due to people either on some type of leave or just a vacancy. I'm very proud in the fact that we continue to explore creative ways to deliver the highest quality of service. That's a good thing the department is doing, but it comes with a cost, as we're seeing our employees continually stressed and responding to nearly record numbers of police calls for service. And that is what the data is telling us. As I conclude the overview of the presentation, I just want to focus a bit on exactly what we're seeing at the national level. In California, as well as the nation, continue to experience a rise in violent crime, which is a disturbing trend, and this was evident throughout 2022. It's also consistent with the trending that we began to see in 19 as well as 2021. Some notable contributors to the trend is really basic opportunity. And as people come into contact more and more with one another, unfortunately, we do see a rise in these types of crimes that we're going to describe. As expected, people were in contact as we emerged from the pandemic. And we continue to see attitudes have shifted. You've probably noticed it in your day-to-day activities. People maybe a little bit more hostile towards one another, a little bit of lack of patience for each other, especially on our roadways. And unfortunately, that carries over into other types of criminal activity. The good news, our country is still experiencing historic national lows in violent crime. That's not grabbing headlines, but that is what the data is telling us. Rates are still half of what they were just back in the 1990s, which is not that long ago. And even just in about less than 10 years ago, we saw a 50-year low in violent crime. So some of what we're seeing is not totally unexpected. I think we have found the floor, but we need to do everything we can to manage how high it is going to continue to rise. So even though we did see an increase in violent crime locally and incidents here in SLO, our overall crime rate still fell 3% from last year, specifically with the reduction we saw in property crime, which is a good thing. I believe we're going to continue to see a flattening of the trends, both in violent crime and property crime, and this is due in part to life patterns continuing to normalize, I think, after what has been really a traumatic time for our country. So with that, I will go ahead and pass over to Captain Michael to present the crime report data.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. It's great to be here and provide you with this riveting information that I'm about to provide you. So the first few slides I'm going to go over with you here are going to deal with Part 1 crimes. And just to have you have a little bit of understanding of what that is, so we're speaking the same language, Part 1 crimes are divided into two parts. It's violent crime and property crime, and that's what makes up Part 1 crimes. So this crime data summary for Part 1 crimes at the conclusion of 2022, we had an 18% increase in violent crime and a 5% decrease in property crime. This totals a 3% overall decrease in Part 1 crimes compared to 2021, so as the Chief had mentioned in his last slide. So this chart here, if you recall from previous years, California crime stats are a year behind. So we're looking at comparing 2021 stats for this particular chart. And as you see, violent crime for the state of California was 4.66, while here in San Luis Obispo for 21 was 4.68. So we stayed pretty consistent with what's going on in the state. So what that, let me move on to slide 10 here. So while some of these metrics we did see and experience a decrease in and an increase in violent crime, Part 1 property crimes did decrease. There was a 7% decrease in the number of burglaries, and there was a 32% decrease in the number of motor vehicles over 2021. This slide covers our calls for service. Now in 2022, our calls for service did decrease about 2%. However, this is still a 29% increase since 2009. The number of our officers have remained stagnant with 60 sworn officers, and this number does not take into account the lost hours that Chief had mentioned earlier in his presentation due to sickness, vacation, injury, which we estimated in 2022 as 24,800 lost hours, or 25.5% of lost hours. To cover these lost hours, officers had to work approximately 16,700 hours of overtime during the calendar year of 2022, which is part of that stress Chief talked about. We're putting on our officers having to fill that vacancy. Our calls for service in 2022 largely remain with 911 abandons and followed by suspicious circumstances. We had a total of 36,516 calls that the police department responded to in 2022. So this chart that you're looking at here is the actual breakdown of the Part 1 crimes that I pointed out earlier. And as you can see, the breakout of what those are. In comparison, our total crimes did decrease by 3% in 2022 from 2021. Even though we were up in violent crimes, this is being driven by the numbers, or by the lack of numbers. If you look at the chart under Part 1 violent crimes, you see we had 225 in 2021, and we had 266 in 2022, which is just 41 cases. So that's what caused that increase. The city had a slight increase in collisions in 2022, and we've continued to collaborate with Public Works as we examine collision-prone locations throughout our city. We address these things through education, enforcement, and engineering efforts. So in 2022, what it breaks down to is we had a 37% increase in traffic citations issued, 6% decrease in warnings, and a total of 5,465 traffic stops completed compared to 4,712 in 2021. This 14% increase shows that our officers are getting out, being more proactive in their efforts to curb these issues with traffic in our city. Noise complaints continue to decrease, and this in 2022, they decreased 1%. However, we've continued to increase our education and enforcement efforts, as you can see through this chart. We have pretty much gone up in every category in sites, DACs, which are the disturbance advisement cards, and the landlord citations. As you can see from this graph, our noise party calls for service are at a historic low. In 2022, that was the second lowest year since 2009. So that's a pretty huge accomplishment for what we've been trying to accomplish with noise in our neighborhoods. And part of this is party registration continues to be a very valuable tool and in mitigating these parties. And so if you look, everything has pretty much gone up across the board. This last year, in 2022, we had 332 approved parties that were part of this program. Of those 332, only 14 of them resulted in a citation. So those are pretty good numbers considering the number of parties that were going on. Moving away from noise, we're going to look at calls for service throughout the city and with specific demographics. So this is the homeless point in time contact count that's completed every 2 years. However, with COVID, there was a delay, so we ended up having it in 2022. So this is actually the same graphic that you saw last year's crime report, but I felt it was valuable to show where we're at. In this graph, it shows that their sheltered and unsheltered population in the city, as well as the county, decreased from 2019. In the city, it was almost 100, and in the county, it was 35. So we're moving in the right direction with our homeless population. In 2022, overall calls for service decreased by 2%. Homeless-related calls for service account for about 18% of all calls for service citywide. And this is down from 20% in 2021. Focusing on the downtown, who you got to meet some of our new valuable members of our downtown. Calls for service there, they account for 11% of our total calls for service of calls we received. Other than 2021, this is the lowest calls for service for downtown in the past 10 years. So we've had a great trend. We've been making some great impacts with our efforts in downtown. Just to give you a little idea of how we're tracking the demographics and these stats for downtown, this map shows you what we consider our downtown core and where we're grabbing that data from. So it basically goes from Santa Rosa down to Nipomo, and from Palm over to Pacific, and then including Mitchell and Emerson Parks. Since 2016, we've seen a continued downward trend in downtown homelessness calls for service. Again, we saw a decrease in 2022 of 166 calls, representing 17% of all downtown calls for service. In 2022, we also saw a 33% decrease in mental health calls for service. And we saw a 10% increase in transports of mental health calls, which is where we're seeing more of that outreach and that connectivity with the mental health population we're coming in contact with and getting them services. So that's a great number to see. This really, I think, highlights something that Chief Tuggle talked about, and also what we're partnering in is we have the CAT teams and the MCU that are a vital part of this. As well as we do focus on every officer in our department is trained in our crisis intervention tactics, and we're pledging to have every one of them have 40 hours of that, which are getting really close. So that is, I think, a key component to seeing this decrease and the better help that we're getting to our mental health. There's some critical legislation that has passed in 2022 that has influenced how we deal with issues and how we promote police reform and transparency throughout our department and throughout the state, because these are aimed at everybody in the state. SB 2, which is a police officer's decertification. And what that basically is that California has established a statewide system that when an officer is suspended for committing serious misconduct, they can be decertified. And what that accomplishes is that when an officer is decertified for these serious offenses, they can no longer be hired somewhere else. So if we fire them, they're not going to go get a job somewhere else because these type of offenses were egregious. SB 16 increases transparency for police officer records on their misconduct. So these types of offenses that opens up access to records for officers that engage in biased or discriminatory behavior, conduct unlawful arrests or searches, or uses excessive or unreasonable force. AB 26 is a new guideline for reporting excessive use of force. Now, this is something we had already implemented in our department, but California moved it into law this last year, and it just basically makes it important, or it requires officers to immediately report potential excessive force. Not just excessive force, but potential excessive force, whether they witness it or they're part of it. And then AB 48 is something, again, we implemented, but it restricts the use of less lethal munitions to disperse protests only. There must be an articulable threat to public safety to do that. All right, jumping into some current challenges and new technology. Some of this is pretty exciting for us as we move forward, but to talk about the challenges, we continue to have staffing challenges, as was mentioned. Through 2022, we continued to carry approximately 12 officer vacancies throughout the year. It is tough to find good recruit candidates, and we're not going to lower our standards. We're not going to do that to our city, so we'll hold vacancies until we find the right people. Homelessness continues to affect our community with the mental health aspect of it, and it has strained our resources. We have continued to focus on mitigating the issues around this incredibly complex sociological issue. We utilize things such as CAT, as I mentioned, paired with a social worker or case manager. We found this is very effective. With this, we're continually looking for innovative ways to address this issue, and you got to meet 3 of them tonight. We are bringing on these CSOs to focus on our downtown core, where we see a lot of these issues. We are looking at focusing on some of the crime and nuisance behaviors. These things are things that make our residents feel unsafe or feel uncomfortable. They're not necessarily always a crime, but it's things that we can do something about to help our community feel better. We are addressing these challenges for more intelligence-led policing. We got some exciting things coming in the future. I don't want to give you quite a peek behind the curtain yet until 2023 report. But again, the CSO program is another key factor in that. We did have some new technology that we are currently rolling out. There's the NIBRS, which stands for the National Incident-Based Reporting System. Currently, we're under the Uniform Crime Reporting System. What the big change is going from, this is a state mandated change, and we're about 6 months out from making this change, but the biggest change is we're going from 24 reportable crime statistics to 52. And what that accomplishes, even though it's going to be a difficult transition, but what that'll ultimately accomplish is it will give us better data to shore up some holes in our reporting and figuring out where we need to fill in the gaps. And it'll help us become more effective in making our community safer. We also, Chief had mentioned the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, RIPA. That stopped data collection. We had to implement it January 1st, 2022, which we did, and we were successful in doing so. And what RIPA requires from us is that when we collect perceived data on demographic and other detailed data on all our stops. So with implementing this, we had a few challenges. The first software that we implemented was a free program, which we always try to save money, right? Unfortunately, it didn't work out so great for us. We were able to grab all that data, but it was in a batch file. We were able to get that to DOJ and successfully report on it. However, in June, we got a paid service, which is working fantastic, and we were able to even take that data and analyze it. So we successfully got all our 22 data reported to DOJ. So it's a great accomplishment for us. In that data, we submitted 5,628 reports to DOJ. Unfortunately, we could only analyze the data that we got from our paid service for our own selves this last year, and that was 3,448 of those were reports we could analyze. And what we did find when we did have the opportunity to analyze that is the data largely follows our daily population of the city. Not necessarily our residential population, but our daily population, the people that are coming into our city and our residents. So we do get a fluctuation, and that, I think, is reflected pretty truly in the data we had. Another great new technology that we implemented that had a little bit of growing pains was e-collisions and e-citations. What this accomplishes for us is we can go paperless when we are taking collision reports and writing citations. Not only does it do that, but it helps shore up some issues where we had some mistakes that were being made when you're transferring information from one sheet to the next sheet. And so it created a much cleaner process for us. And then, like I said, I'm going to talk about it, but Spider Tech, we didn't do this in 2022, but I thought it was too exciting to leave out today because this is a super cool program. I am I'm thrilled with it. Since we've started using it, it's a great tool. And so what it is that it's a way to get immediate feedback from our community on the calls for service that we provide for them. And I'm going to take you to my next slide here. This is kind of an example of an actual report that we got from Spider just the other day when I was putting together this slide report. This is just a little bit of the numbers and feedback we got from the community. But what Spider is, it sends a one-to-one text message, email, or in a mobile-friendly survey to crime victims, reporting parties, and other members of the community. So since its implementation in 2023, we have had an above average survey completion rates, which is great because if we're not getting the feedback, we can't make those corrections that we want to make. The survey results are scored between 0 and 5, as you can see what these are, with 5 being the most satisfied. The survey also has a free text section, which is, you can see a few examples here of that. how this data is collected is depending on the type of call for service. So some, when they get their survey, some surveys are 12 questions, some surveys are up to 15 questions. So it just really depends on what that call for service is tailored to that call. The survey, the department that we use for the department, we've already been able to get some really valuable insight to the customer service that we are providing to the community, which I'm pleased to say we're shooting for an 80 to 90% satisfaction rate, and we're hovering around 90 plus. So we're doing very well. And it also helps us to catch some areas that we probably could shore up, which we can look at those types of information that's coming back from it. So that is, I want to wrap up on that positive note.
Thank you, Captain Michael. I appreciate you providing the data, and I promised direct. I promised a little dry. Thank you very much. Well done. As we look ahead, it is our future is incredibly exciting. As Captain Michael articulated some of the challenges and opportunities that we see on the horizon, there is a lot of great work that is going on currently in our community. Our focus will be continuing not only to address crime, but to reduce crime and to continue to be, more importantly, I think, is the fear of crime. And that's what we hear the most. It's I don't feel safe, and why do I feel that way, and what can the police department do? And there's a space in there where I think a lot can be done from your department. And so to me, that is one of the most exciting challenges I see for 23 and 2024. Looking ahead, you did hear a preview of smart data and what that's going to do for our ability to focus resources and to start decreasing some of the trends that we saw from the previous couple of years, most importantly around crimes of opportunity, knowing where crimes have been occurring down to what we call a microgrid, which is a number of several hundred square feet, not a mile. So very pinpoint focused smart data. So that we're very much looking forward to deploying that in the future. DE&I will continue to be a major priority for your department. How we focus that in our recruiting, and we know that diversifying our staffing for both sworn and non-sworn is exceedingly important. We feel this is how the department can continue to increase trust and also reflect the values of the community that we serve. And lastly, delivering on our 5-year plan, as I mentioned earlier. We know that the actions that come out of this 5-year plan that we're going to operationalize, our programs and approaches, are going to give our employees the confidence, the tools, and the resources to make meaningful impact in our community. As I wrap up, I would certainly be remiss if I did not mention the incredible work of our staff that I am absolutely privileged to represent here tonight. The entire department, as we talked about, has felt the staffing challenges, the extended overtime, and most often putting the needs of their shift mates in the city above their own and their families. And it only represents the highest quality people that we have doing this incredibly hard work. Our employees continue to be motivated, and they're demonstrating passion and compassion in the way they go about their patrol activities. As Captain Michael had mentioned, so far we've received 93% satisfaction for rate of service, and our rate of service for both police and dispatch, and that has exceeded my expectations. I mean, clearly above and beyond. And our goal is to not only maintain 93, but to get to 100. And so I think it's possible. Our team provided unprecedented support during the catastrophic storms. As we saw, everybody was brought to bring their skills to protect our community. And I think you'll continue to see that care and passion as we work in all of our programs throughout the rest of the year. As I mentioned, this remains an exciting time in law enforcement, and the challenges that we're undertaking could only be achieved by the incredible people that we're so fortunate enough to have as members of our team, and the compassion and professionalism that they display each and every single day with our community. With that, this concludes the department's presentation on the annual crime report, and the recommendation is to receive and file, but I know first we would like to entertain questions from the council.
Thank you for that very thorough report. And Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you for the great report. As always, lots and lots of information, and just totally astounded by the sheer volume of the calls. I think I mentioned this earlier today, but 110,372 calls is a shocking number. So obviously a lot of work by all, and appreciate that every single day. A couple of questions. One was about, it was covered in the written report, but not as much in your presentation now. You talked about the Police Advisory Committee and the Police Roundtable. You touched on those briefly, but you, in the report, it renames them, I think, as the PACT and the Community Safety Advisory Committee. And I wondered if you could talk about some of the changes there and how those have been revamped and what the positive or what the outcomes have been.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Shorsman, for your question. And so we have PAC, which is our Police Advisory Committee, and as well as our Police Roundtable. But historically, we really didn't see a lot of connection or crossover between the two. They kind of both lived in their own little worlds and provided input to the department, but it was clearly separate from one another. With the Safety Advisory Council, we're actually pulling those two groups in together to have high-level advisory to the department. And so we can farm issues out through the council to the individual groups, or we can have them work collaboratively on important challenges that we're facing as a department. And so I think we work very well with our community, and I think the community works exceedingly well together. And that's exactly what the Safety Advisory Council is able to do. The other part of that question is, one of the things that we were hoping to improve on is providing some direction with PAC specifically. And so we've had some leadership that's kind of arisen in that group who have taken that group forward in providing more actionable items to the department, things that we're going to do, setting time limits around those things, bringing ideas that we're able to deliver on, not just sitting in a room and talking. Let's do some things. And the leadership that's come up from PAC has been able to facilitate that within the department.
So sort of community-driven feedback that you're then able to turn into actionable steps that you'll implement?
Correct. You know, one example of that, we had some questions about how do we report hate incidents? How to report hate expressions? Something that may not arise to a hate crime, but is there something the department can do to better report hate expressions? And we've done that historically. We've had mechanisms to capture that information, but some really good ideas came out of PACT as to what we can start doing with that information, engaging some of the groups within our community to put them on notice and say, hey, this is happening. Is there a way to provide support to individuals experiencing a hate expression, even though it didn't arise to the threshold of a crime? Excellent feedback from one of our PAC members that we're able to now operationalize.
Great. Speaking of sort of statistics and what you can do with them, you have a lot of data in your report, and you talked about the CAT, and we saw the new community service officers. Is there any way within the report that you can sort of break down or attribute some of any of your data to those particular programs?
Yes, and so we capture pretty good metrics, really good metrics on our CAT team. And so we actually know the number of contacts that we're having with our CAT officers, as well as the social workers that deploy in the field with them. Soon we will have those metrics. They're already coming in for our community service officers. And so in the future reports, you'll be able to see a greater breakdown on those contacts specifically. I think one of the important things to note, while you see the calls for service and all those big numbers, the work that our community service officers are doing is all self-initiated. So on top of what you're seeing, they're out doing more. They're not necessarily relieving patrol. Patrol will be hopefully able to go be freed up on some more significant activity, but their job is to go find stuff. And so we know that's going to increase our metrics as well.
I think that would be really great because as we implement these new programs to see what the impact has been. Now we've had the MCU, for example, for a long enough period of time where we actually have some data around it. So it would be nice to see something similar come out of the CAT team and the community service officers so we can see what that impact is.
Can I ask a question along that line?
Totally.
I know we've had the CAT team, what, 5 or 6 years now? 6? So thinking about how MCU is, sorry, city manager?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I was going to turn to Captain Michael. He probably knows. I think it's probably been about 13 years, 12 years.
Yeah, it's been about 12 years now or so. Or did we get into 10 from behind me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just because I remember seeing it right before I came on the council. And then we have the MCU numbers. I'm just wondering, are we collecting similar information when it comes to the metrics of the CAT team and the MCU?
Yes, we do. We collect those numbers. We currently have been collecting and have been collecting the CAT numbers. And so it's something we definitely can include in the report in the future.
Perfect, thanks.
No, that's okay. Thank you. That's kind of what I was getting at was, can we see that data when we have it available? Last but not least, on the spider, you had a great slide there, and there were some good quotes there, all positive, good stuff. But you also noted that there's been some constructive feedback, and I don't know if there's any of that you can share, but something, minor as an example that you can share that has been instructive or has provided an opportunity for improvement would be helpful.
The answer is yes. We do have negative feedback that we do share with our staff to make sure that we're coaching where we can, counseling if needed. But so far, it's been very constructive. Every now and then you'll get a complaint that's that may not be as constructive. But overall it has been very constructive. I will tell you, analyzing the data, one of the things that caught my eye was we have a question in there that's geared towards, essentially how safe do you feel? And that's a really important metric for the department. And coincidentally, that tends to be one of the lower rated metrics of everything that we're capturing. It's interesting because you're asking someone who just called the police, who's been victimized, either assaulted, something may have been stolen from them. And then you're asking them, how do you feel? Well, they don't feel very safe. But I'm actually encouraged by the higher rating that they are giving back, even in the midst of being victimized of a crime. And I can only attribute that to the response of our personnel and the restorative function that we impart when we get there. But the feedback has been equally enlightening when it comes to some of the negative comments.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yes, thank you, Captain Michael and Chief Scott. I appreciate all of the time and attention you gave to this. I actually had an opportunity to interact with the Spider program last week and found it really user-friendly, and I was glad to see the really high response rate that you're getting on that. So I'm glad that's moving in that direction. So one of the things that really caught my eye in this report was looking at some of the different crime statistics, rapes and DUIs in particular. Those stats are way up. And I know there's a huge emphasis in the department on crime prevention. And so I was wondering some of the approaches and strategies that you're using to, particularly in these crimes that are significantly up year over year, how you're going to approach trying to prevent those types of crimes.
I'll just speak generally and then pass it over to Captain Michael to give a few more specifics. When you look behind the numbers, because 48% looks very shocking, I will tell you, 48% is high. Behind the numbers, it's 12 incidents. And so we're fortunate to have a community that has a very low rate of occurrence. So any slight swing one way or the other will drastically affect the percentages. Mm-hmm. As I mentioned earlier, we're also seeing people, being in contact with one another more than they have the past couple of years. And so I think those rates are kind of expected, not accepted. And when we go back and look at some of the history, during COVID and before, it is actually pretty consistent with some of the rates that we're seeing at that time. But I'll allow Captain Michael to talk about some of the preventive strategies that are underway.
I also wanted to avoid the pandemic number mentioned on this because 2022 was not a pandemic year. But if we look at pre-pandemic numbers, which is we would consider 18 and 19, in those years, and mind you, any sexual assault is not okay. But we actually 48. What we saw in this 2022 was actually lower than pre-pandemic numbers. So we see ourselves in the pandemic. We had that dip. We're kind of returning back to I don't want to say normal, but back to pre-pandemic numbers. Which, if you were to look at those, I mean, in 2018 we had 51, and in 2019 we had 39. So. Again, not okay, but we are doing some things that we want to, again, it's through our educating our officers. Now, unfortunately, this is one of those crimes that we can't control. We can't do prevention. We can't drive our patrol cars around and be visible and these types of things, because these are crimes that are happening behind closed doors, or they're not things like that. But so we can educate our officers on how to best deal with these situations, how to better recognize when they come in these situations and the victims, and how to treat them, and how to better get them the services and those types of things that they should be getting at the time, and making them feel comfortable enough to make the report. Because oftentimes over the many years, I've been doing this 27 years, you'll come to something that some neighbors called in and the victims don't feel comfortable enough, and it's not reported. So I'm thankful that our officers are walking through the door and they're feeling comfortable enough to make that report. We can start the process of healing and changing this dynamic. So that's just one piece of how we're going to help solve that. We also do partner with other organizations that we bring in to help with the victims, that they can have advocates there at the time that when we're going to interview or question them. So those are some of the things that we're doing.
And just to add one piece to that, and Captain Michael's correct, I'm very proud of the partnership we have with Lumina Alliance. One of the pilot projects that we're doing here in SLO is embedding a victims advocate in our investigative unit so that they're able to exchange information, have first contact with the survivors that are coming forward. We think that's very important on the front end. The other part is the preventative work with some of our at-risk community, which we have a lot of people that attend Cal Poly that may have come from somewhere else. It's first time out, away from home. And so we reach them through Wild Week and some of the other initiatives through Christine Wallace and our neighborhood outreach coordinator. And so those have been very valuable to give safety tips on how to avoid situations that could turn dangerous.
And Chief Scott, is that Victims Advocate, is that a new program this year?
Correct. It's a new program. And so we have a grant. Well, I'm also on the Lumina board, so other hat. So we have a grant that Lumina is initiating in partnership with the police department to help compensate to have that victims advocate embedded in the department. Brand new program.
Thank you. I appreciate you speaking to the outreach and education components there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pease.
Thank you so much for the report and information and all the amazing work. In particular, the dedication for the overtime and extra shifts is just really appreciated for everybody that keeps stepping up time and time again. I just had one question at this point, and that's kind of a joint question with SLO PD, which is about the MCU. And there was, when we were looking at different models for the MCU, there was the communities that had that also experienced that you might have the EMT social worker respond and the police respond. And so there was some, we're kind of keeping our eye on, is this actually going to be extra work? And so I'm wondering, now that we've had a little bit of time under our belt, how much of that is able to go one direction without police, or how much are also requiring a police response?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And when MCU was stood up, we knew there would be co-response as we build out our protocols within dispatch. Those protocols continue to be refined and become more and more accurate. So now, as the fire chief can report, MCU is getting direct calls that are not police related. They're able to identify that on the front end given the refinement of the protocols. There still are co-response times in the field where both may go if the situation, if we're not able to determine who best to go, maybe both if they're available. And I'll tell you one of the most, I think, successful aspects is the warm handoff where we weren't sure or it seemed like a police response. So we sent Kat. Kat got there and said, "This is MCU." And MCU responded and relieved police department. And I think that, to me, speaks most highly of the success of the program and the cross collaboration.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. During Chief Tuttle's presentation, he mentioned the fire department worked with the police department in active shooter training. And I haven't heard much from you tonight about that. So I know you were working with the fire department, but can you explain to us and the general community what our police department is doing and how also you're working with other agencies in that regard?
Absolutely. We'll pass this to Captain Michael as he was instrumental in leading some of that training that occurred at Cal Poly, and I'll let him talk about his experience with that.
Active shooter training is near and dear to my heart. I've been teaching it for many years. I've taught it to the city, to city departments, to the citizens and things like that. But as we've moved through, we've seen the evolution of what happens with active shooter. And what Chief Tuggle brought up was actually a great opportunity. We had to work with Cal Poly. They offered up some of their school space for us in their summer months last year, and we could go there. And with them, we put on active shooter training, invited all our county partners to go. And the fire department was an integral part of that because they're going to show up, and we're going to have to get them to the wounded. So that was just one piece. This is not a once and done. We plan on doing active shooter, and we have been. We were doing it about every other year, but we're shifting gears. And as we see the need, we're doing it once a year now. And that is where we invite everybody in the county to come. Generally, it's going to be Cal Poly, the fire department, and we have CHP will come and join us, and then sometimes our sister cities if they want to have that training. This last year, like I said, was at Cal Poly, but we're looking to do it on a new campus because we have different soft targets around the city. We just can't focus on one. So we're looking at another one for this year.
One thing I'd like to dovetail on that is we've also done work with some of our local school districts and how we're operating in some of our middle and high schools, providing them safety plans, security assessments, as well as active shooter training. And I just want to also commend the fire department because fire department has not always gone in. Police have not always gone in. So this is still relatively new thinking in how we respond to active incidents where we are immediately going in and immediately addressing the threat. And fire is right there with us, immediately providing aid to people that we can save right then at that time. And so it's very incredible the work that's being done both in the police department as well as fire services.
That was going to be my question. Vice Mayor Marks?
Yeah, I had one more question, and this is something actually I discussed during the break with Chief Scott, but I just thought I'd raise it for everyone else too. And that's with your community service officers, your new officers. I had a question about their ability to get backup in terms of they're out looking for trouble, right? Is what you said, or looking for incidents, right?
That's right.
Not to cause it, but to deal with it.
Prevent it, not cause it.
No, but just like they're not responding to calls, is what you said, but they're going to be basically walking the streets and seeing what's happening, right? So what if they get in unsafe situations? Can you explain how that works?
Yes, and they're given lots of training to avoid confrontation, they don't want to become the incident. They mainly observe and they'll take action where they can, but to be a good witness is their primary responsibility. So they've had extensive training on de-escalation, how to observe threats, to not engage, to back off if the situation looks like it could become confrontational. And again, as we mentioned, most of their work is centered around citations, and no citation is worth getting anybody hurt, both somebody works for the department or a community member. In addition, they do have some safety training, some basic defensive tactics, and they also wear some protective gear
out in the field. They also have communication just like our officers do. They're on the same, they have the same radio channel. So they're able to call for help if they see something that is beyond their capacity to address.
Thank you very much, and thanks for this report. It's really very informative. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. You answered some of my questions, and I have a few more. First, I just wanted to say thank you for, I'm echoing my colleagues, but thank you for the extra work. We know that, I think the entire time I've been on this council, understaffed has been the theme, not in a good way. And I know there's been different ways we've tried to help with bonuses and raises and things, but it's just a really tough time. So we appreciate your work. As far as the ratio, can you remind me of, for as our population has grown, how many officers per 1,000 people, or what's the ratio supposed to be, or standard?
So we are less than 1 per 1,000. So our population, well, a little bit more than 1 per 1,000. We have 60 officers. Our population is about 48,000. The challenge is, again, I try to shy away from what they call industry standards because every community is different. And when you look at some of the other, maybe more condensed cities, you're going to definitely see lower ratios. When you enter in more rural environments, you're going to see much higher ratios. So it depends what's right for our community. And it's really more of a personal feeling for how much you want to see police, how much work there is to do for police. And so we know based on the deficit that we're able to demonstrate that we know we're short. We want to quantify that with some actual data from a staffing study. But I would say our ratio is, probably needs to be adjusted, but I don't think it's grossly off.
Okay, thank you. As we look at, we've been growing our population little by little, baby steps. And then we also physically, with Avila Ranch and San Luis Ranch and, different spaces, we continue to expand a little bit, trying to look at your strategic plan. Obviously, it's in the works, but what does that look like will be helpful to understand, I think, as we're looking as the whole community and what does our department look like. And then as far as the calls for service, I was shocked that the noise was so low, especially knowing that during St. Patrick's Day, we received so many more these last couple of years. Any thoughts? I know you said because of the party registration, but any other thoughts? Because we've had that for a little bit now.
I think you're seeing a turnover in some of the student neighborhoods now. And so maybe some of the complaints have dropped there. I think coincidentally coming out of the pandemic, I said I wasn't going to talk about pandemic, but we did see higher rates of noise during the pandemic when people were at home. People thought everyone should be at home. And so we tend to generate more noise complaints, and it was more visible, I guess, more audible of what was going on in the community. But now I think as life normalizes a little bit, it's continuing to come back down. And if you look at the historical data, it's continued to drop for the past decade. So I think part of that is education. I think, emphasizing to our student population to be respectful of their surroundings. And coincidentally, even during St. Patrick's Day and the other celebrations that followed, we actually had very low rates of complaints for those really large events, which was a little bit surprising. And that's why I'm more inclined to think that the people that were surrounded by the events were mostly students or participants, unfortunately.
Got it. Thank you. And I think I've heard the message sometimes that, well, we just don't bother to call anymore because the police say we can't do anything or they can't do anything. So I'm wondering, when people see something, I know we tell them constantly to say something, but if they feel like you can't do anything, is there a purpose for them to continue to call you?
Absolutely. Data is key, as we've talked about tonight. Having that information, and while going out on a noise complaint for this one time may not warrant us to, issue a several $100 ticket to a struggling student. The third time or the fifth time, yeah, probably so. Yeah. And so having that that depth of data that we know we have a problem on our hands, and it can be frustrating for our community members. I call and nothing happens, but please continue to call. Please work with us in collecting that data because we want to be compassionate where we can. We don't want to be heavy-handed, but we do need to have historical reference on where the problems actually exist.
Right.
And then also, we're making it more, easier now than ever. You can text to 911, which is a great tool. You can always call our non-emergency number, but we welcome any and all calls.
Thanks. I know that's a common email and comment in the grocery store when people are commenting to me about noise, parties, and about kind of lower level crimes, I guess you could say, whether it's shopping cart or drinking in public or yelling profanities, loitering, et cetera. Those are the kind of things that I get comments of, well, why am I going to call police, say they can't do anything because you made the laws change. So, and I know that we didn't make the laws change, but that has been, the comments. And so I just feel like it's helpful for people to hear, yes, please keep calling, because that helps you have the data of what to do next. So.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. And you mentioned, Captain, about the daytime demographics. How do you know the daytime versus kind of when everyone's gone back to their homes?
We just look at it from the Monday through Friday, mainly demographics and kind of work hours. So we're looking at when, people come to work 8 o'clock in the morning, go home at 5 o'clock. That's that bracket we're really looking in.
Interesting, thank you. And then I know that social workers have been difficult for the county as a whole. I think, quite honestly, for California, as we're, trying to, how successful the CAT team has been. And I know you've had some trouble off and on getting social workers. Do you have any concerns about, as you continue through with the next year or the next 2 years with community action teams, and what does that look like for you all?
We do have concern. It is a very tough market. I thought hiring police was difficult. Hiring social workers is apparently more challenging. We have a great partnership with TEMA, and we have challenged them with bringing us the best social workers they can find, but it has been a challenge. And so we're going to continue to look at creative ways. This last year, we had a contract worker that helped out in the interim, which was very, very helpful. We have our next social worker is in the pipeline, so that will bring us to a total of 2 out in the field. So we're very encouraged about that. But continuing to just look at ways to reinforce that pool, I think, would be very beneficial. But it is a concern because they're half of the CAT team. That's what makes the CAT team the CAT team.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And just looking at, you can try to help put people through academy for the officers, but I don't know that you have something else you can do for the social workers. That's why I asked the question.
It's a very special group.
Yeah.
They're hard to find, yes.
Yeah. And sorry, bear with me. I have two lists of questions. I was on a plane. And then as far as the education, I asked earlier in the agenda review on the education on the bike education. I know you partner with Bike Coalition for education for the schools. I know you go during Cal Poly for Slow Days and WOW, but that's like one moment where they're getting just a ton of information all at once. Is there any consideration of doing education later on in the year? And then what is happening with Questa Education?
Yeah, that's a great question and a very active conversation. And we are going to continue to leverage our partnership with Pike County SLO in particular. But I think there is more that can be done around education. Obviously, education has a couple of different meanings. Going out and showing, bike safety, best practices, things like that. We do some roadside education as well. That can either be a warning or a citation to curb behavior. So it has many different forms. I'm very proud to report that we're using several different grant opportunities to go out and be more visible in the community and do a broad range of enforcement as well as education. But I am challenging our team with going out and being more proactive with bike education in particular, as well as pedestrian education. The city can be challenging for someone who may not be from here to navigate their way across town on foot. And we know that's one of the most at-risk groups that we have here in SLO.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for hearing my many, many questions. Thank you to my colleagues. And I think at this point, are there any other public commenters?
No, they're not.
Okay, I think this time receive and file. Okay, consensus. Now you're back on for the military presentation.
Well, thank you all again for listening to the presentation and your thoughtful questions. Okay, well, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council once again. Myself and Captain Amoroso will now be presenting the department's annual military use report. The recommendation before you tonight is to receive and file this report. And per the new law, this is a public hearing which has been advertised for at least 30 days for tonight's meeting, both on the department's website and through our social media outlets. A little bit of background about the law, which is AB 481, and for the purpose, it was really created for the purpose of greater transparency and accountability for law enforcement. The governor signed AB 481 into law back in fall of 2021, necessitating that every city have an ordinance in the following year in 2022, thus regulating the use of any equipment within the department that qualified as military equipment by the new legislation. Per the new law, we came before this council last year and proposed a comprehensive ordinance which would regulate approval and reporting of all military equipment in the department's inventory. And this ordinance was discussed in a public hearing and adopted in April of 2022. The report presented tonight will cover April 2022 through the end of December 2022, since we came in kind of mid-year last year. Moving forward, every military equipment use report before you will always be on an annual cycle. Next year, as I mentioned, we'll be on that annual cycle, and I think you'll get a better look, although we have several months in this report, but you'll have a full, complete look at the data with 12 months on the record. As discussed last year, none of the department's weapons actually come from the U.S. military, and that's a bit of a misnomer with the legislation. But all the equipment that we have is comes from non-military suppliers or contractors, and most all of the equipment is readily available to any community members that would go out and purchase the same thing. Captain Amoroso will now present the data which was built into the report, and it was collected under our new ordinance, and we'll talk about current and proposed military equipment inventory for your consideration.
Thanks, Chief. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me. I promise this will be a shorter presentation than the crime report, but appreciate Captain Michael and Chief's efforts on that. So as Chief talked about with AB 481 and the military use report, we're required to come yearly now and provide an update to that equipment and a little snapshot of how it was used, expenses associated with maintaining the equipment, et cetera, as well as talking about any additions to the equipment that are proposed. So as you can see in this slide here, for the period from April to December of 2022, we had 27,500 calls basically, or cases during that period, and the military equipment was deployed a total of 9 times. So 0.03%, which means 99.97% were not using any military equipment. So that's pretty good numbers. Also per AB 481, we have a couple of categories that we need to track, and that is, did we receive any complaints related to use of military equipment or any policy violations that resulted from any audits, et cetera. We're reporting that we did not have either of those. So looking at our ongoing costs for the military equipment, I'm just going to kind of go through these categories here. But most of these costs are really associated with just the ongoing maintenance. And depending on the categories, we'll explain what that looks like. The first 2 categories, both armored vehicles and mobile incident command, which is really a trailer that's pulled by a truck. Those associated annual costs really are our fleet department that are doing oil changes and axle checks and safety checks and things of that nature. Of course, if anything breaks, it's repaired. Most of the firearms, the maintenance is really just one of our staff members who's trained as an armorer to inspect these on an annual basis. Sometimes they have to replace springs, oil, really negligible equipment. But those dollar amounts are recorded here. So for our breaching shotgun, it's about $80 a year. For patrol, for patrol rifles and SWAT rifles, it's about $2,600 a year. That's because we have, many more of those, 50-something, et cetera. So when you break it down per unit, it's fairly low. Looking at ammunition, that's obviously the largest cost here in the category. One of the things to point out is part of our memorandum of understanding with the Police Officers Association is they're actually given a allotment of ammunition a month if they request it so that they can be proficient in shooting on their own time. A large portion of that ammunition budget is merely to give the ammo out as requested. Then when you add in the additional yearly trainings and qualifications, we go through ammunition, but that's also to ensure that should a shooting occur, our officers are on target. Very important, obviously. The next category here is pepper ball launchers and munitions, $1,000, and that is both for servicing the launchers and for replacement pepper balls that are used in training. And those do expire. They're an active ingredient, so those sometimes have to be replaced on that cycle. 40-millimeter launchers and munition. These are our what we would describe generally as our less lethal munitions. That 1850 you see again is for maintenance of the launchers themselves, as well as for any munitions that are used in training or calls for service, et cetera. Then those would be replaced, and you'll see that in a later slide. Distraction devices, that 480, they really don't have maintenance associated with them. They're just, they do expire and they're used in trainings and they're replaced. Same with chemical agents and smoke, really no maintenance required other than they do have expirations, and we'll use the expired in training and then replace, because again, the active ingredients do expire or become less effective in these. And finally, our UAS or drones and robots. And you'll see the majority of that annual cost is actually battery maintenance and replacement. As you know, lithium batteries and others, they don't last long term. Excuse me, so those batteries are on a replacement cycle. That's reflected in that cost. So looking at the actual use of military equipment in 2022, of those 9 uses, 2 of them were drone uses. The first drone use was an attempt to locate an adult at-risk missing person. Drones provide fantastic eyes in the sky and allow you to cover a large area very quickly, much easier than you can on foot. The second use of a drone was for a scene documentation for a double fatal traffic collision that occurred on Sacramento that many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with. And again, drones can provide a fantastic vantage point to help document scenes, look for evidence, things of that nature. So it was used in those 2 cases. And again, this is just for 2022. The Bearcat, it was used one time. There was an assistance request from the Grover Beach Police Department for a warrant service. So the Bearcat headed down that way. However, it was sent back prior to its use because the call went a different direction and it wasn't needed. The rest of the 6 calls were all 40-millimeter less lethal munition deployments. So these are what we call a BIP round, and it's really a gel foam ball that's shot out that is PAIN compliance, and they are very effective. And in all of these 6 cases, the suspect ultimately gave up with no additional increases in force needed after the deployment. So you see the suspects either had knives, were felony robbery suspects, actively fighting with officers, threatening to harming neighbors, creating a fire and biohazard scene, and threatening officers in the middle of streets and challenging. So it really provides a way that we can safely address situations and try to de-escalate a situation and end it without having to go to more, permanent uses of force. Moving on to our proposed military equipment. So these are items that are we would like to add in addition to what we currently have. And so there's a couple of different drones on here, and I'll talk just briefly about them. The first one, the Matrice X30. The biggest difference with this drone is its ability to operate in inclement weather, i.e. rain. One of the things I didn't talk about, and I'll talk about it next year, is the use in 2023 of our drones during the storms. When we had the EOC activated, our drone pilots deployed with several members of other city departments to go actively look at the creeks, the bridges, find out where resources were needed, and they could fly the entire city's worth of creeks in a short amount of time. The problem is we could only do that when there was breaks in the weather. In addition to that, if we have an operational need to use the drone, if it's a SWAT call, we've used drones in the past in other cities and second-story apartments to look into windows, in one in Paso Robles off the top of my head, where we could see where a suspect was hiding in the direction and that he was holding a gun, things like that, things we would never see from the ground floor. But if it was raining, we wouldn't have been able to do that with our current fleet of drones. So the Matrice X30 allows us to do that. This is one of those drones that we don't need a fleet of these because they're more expensive. We need one of these so that we have the operational use when needed. The second drone on the list, a Mavic Mini 3 Pro, is just in addition to the fleet. These are much more inexpensive, but these are the drones that could be deployed very quickly from an officer's patrol car. So we've been in the process of having more of our officers, it's called Part 107 certified, which is the FAA requirement that allows them to fly drones for the police department. When you need a drone in the air, you generally need it now. It's not ideal to drive back to the police department, grab the equipment, respond back out to the scene, and then put it up in the air. You've lost valuable time. If you're looking for a suspect, that gave them 15 minutes to get away and hide. If you're looking for a critical missing or some other safety issue, obviously time is of the essence in our business. So we're looking to have more drones actively deployed as part of our normal patrol operation. So if you're a drone pilot, you could have a drone in your vehicle. So if there's a need, it could be put up and flown very quickly. One quick example I'm gonna provide there is actually we had a call also in 2023, you'll hear more about next year, but it was at one of our parks where our MCU unit was assaulted by someone they were trying to provide help with. We actually, an officer in the field was drone certified, had the drone, deployed it very quickly, and that's what helped us locate the individual and make an arrest. So without the drone, based on the large park and rural area where they were, it's very possible they might have eluded capture. Moving down the list here, speaking of the Bearcat directly, we have a new device on the Bearcat called the Draco, and that's basically, if you're familiar with the Bearcat, it has an arm on the front of it that can be used for various functions. At the Christmas parade, we have reindeer hanging off of it sometimes, if you've seen that. But this Draco, it allows a deployment of a chemical irritant or smoke inside of a structure where the officers can stay inside the Bearcat, where it's much safer than if they were out and had to deploy by hand. In order to do that, there is basically a command-initiated cord that would allow this arm to activate a chemical canister or smoke once it's deployed into a structure. Right now, we use, for lack of a better term, string that goes from the end of it up through the top of the Bearcat, down in it, and you pull it, and it works, but there's better ways to do things. We were able to get this Draco device in coordination with the Grover Beach Police Department on a grant for both Bearcats that we have in the county, and so now we need a little bit of equipment in order to finish out that and make it work. So that command-initiated cord allows for remote activation of whatever's on the end of that Draco device, and then you'll see CS canisters and OC canisters, which is a chemical irritant, 2 different types, 12 of each, so that we have a supply. These really are only used with the Draco. So even though we have other chemical munitions in inventory, these are, I guess, kind of a certain type that work with this arm, so it all works together. So that's why those are on there. We're looking to augment our current inventory of baffled CS canisters, again, a chemical irritant. We have some in inventory now, but we've done an assessment and tried to think of what do we need if we have a situation arise. And what we don't want to have happen is we go to a tool that we start using and then we run out because we don't have enough, depending on trying to forecast what the problem is in front of us. And so we've done some analysis and believe that adding 19 to the inventory gets us to where we want to be. And then finally on Pepperball, the same thing, looking at our current inventory and the number of launchers we have. When we look at our current Pepperball count, if we had to use them, it's divided amongst all the launchers that are deployed. And so we felt that we needed to augment that as well. Chief, back to you.
Thank you, Captain Amoroso. Appreciate the information. In conclusion, I just want to say that your department continues to maintain its military equipment safely, responsibly, and in good standing. I think the data is certainly indicative of that. There's no significant changes to our current inventory other than what Captain Amoroso just articulated with a few of the additions for the unique capability offered with the Bearcat, as well as what we think is a more responsible inventory for some of the needs that we have for what are very special circumstances. There's no items that we're recommending, for removal at this time. The equipment that was utilized last year in the circumstances that it was utilized was proved to be very effective and practical in the response to the threats that we faced, as well as our community. Of the items of equipment deployed in 2022, each were consistent with our de-escalation policies and techniques, and I think that's very important to highlight. While this is military equipment, we had a very safe outcome, which is what we strive for each and every time we have to deploy any type of equipment, whether it be military or something else in the department. We feel that this equipment promotes peaceful resolutions. Our goal is to never have to use any type of equipment in any police interaction, but we know that's simply not reality. And using the right tool expeditiously and by policy can alleviate greater harm to both persons in our community that may be committing a violent act or be intending to commit a violent act. So we think maintaining this inventory is paramount to our operation. As Captain Amoroso also mentioned, all the current military equipment, as well as all the other equipment, is adequately funded in our replacement equipment budget for the fiscal year of 23 and 24. So we're not asking for additional funds. So in conclusion and recommendation, it is staff's recommendation that the department's military equipment use annual report be filed and received by council tonight. Thank you, and we're available for any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the explanation on quite a few of the items because some of them seemed odd. Just being that we're at that three-year anniversary of tear gassing the protesters, it felt really uncomfortable to see we would need to get more lesser munition, we need more pepper balls, we need more of all of this, and it felt like this doesn't match up. But in the agenda review, hearing about the training, and that's where some of this is used up, as well as having enough for future situations, that was helpful to understand. I would say that when we talk about AB 48 and not using certain things earlier today, and not using different equipment for protesters, but then we're saying we need more in our ammunition, that part doesn't add up either. So can you help me understand that a little bit more?
Yeah, that's a great distinction, and we, essentially we are, I feel we're woefully lacking in the resources we need. And I'll tell you, and the reason I say that is because if we get out on a prolonged situation that we're not able to contain or control, the only option we have is to bring in another entity to solve the problem. They don't follow our policies, they're not familiar with our community, and they're going to use the tools and equipment in the way that they see fit, guided by their own policies, which may not be in alignment with ours. And so we feel it's very important that we have the capability to address anything. We have to think of the worst case scenario always. And I also want to remind council that this inventory presented is for a year. So this could be one incident, or it could be We could have a really bad year and have 4 different incidents that we have to respond to, and this is all we have for the year. So I think that's important to also put in front of you. We've also analyzed our response to some critical incidents where military equipment was used in the past versus the new law and the new regulations that are now on the books, and I'm happy to report that those uses did and continue to comport with the new standards.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate that. And it was very heartening to hear that only 0.03% of the time was used, the military equipment was utilized. So that was very helpful. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you. And I sort of echoed what some of your, I think, sentiments or concerns were about, and some of my questions earlier today in agenda review were sort of hinting at that when you have something where, for example, one of the items is that we have a current inventory of 6 and we're increasing the inventory to 25. Sure, it's a relatively small number in general, but if it's something we really needed to use, why did we only have 6 to begin with? And an increase of 19 is like a big percentage overall. So that was where some of my questions earlier were about, well, so how much of this are we using on a day-to-day basis for things like training, and how much of it is an amount that we feel like we would need to have for a response? So that gets to my next question, which is, with the amounts that you're proposing to buy, is that an amount that would both encompass an amount that you feel like of each of these things that you would need for a response that you needed to use them for, in addition to what you might need for training? Is that number all inclusive if we accept and agree to these amounts that you're proposing now?
That is correct. And so we've anticipated that that will sustain us for the year to include training exercises. And this equipment, we utilize it up in training because it does expire. And so we have to continue to rotate that inventory. And one of the things that we did not mention in the report is looking back at our training cadence for our SWAT team, that it's very important that we train twice a month. We've doubled our training for our team members to be in compliance with some of the after-action reports that we've received. By doubling our training, it also doubles our consumables. We don't use gas every time we train, but it's very important to have that capability and to continue to train more than we are or have historically.
Thank you for that. And also thank you for the greater clarification on the drones. That was a big concern of mine earlier today when we spoke. I was asking about the cost of the drone and how one of them is $14,000. And then the conversation continued to, we'd like to have one of each of these in every car. And I was like doing the math in my head really quick. That's a lot of money in drones. So thank you for the clarification that the $1,000 variety drone is the one that we would sort of seek to deploy more universally, as opposed to the $14,000 one that's more used for specialized purposes. That is great clarification. It also leads to another question about that. I know that, or at least I understand so far, that our whole police team is not necessarily trained in flying a drone. So if these are going to be deployed long-term in some fashion in most squad cars, how does that increase our need for training? Is there more cost associated with that? Would we seek to have everybody trained in every officer that's in a squad car be trained in how to fly a drone, or what does that mean?
I'll start initially and let Brian talk a little bit about the operational side of it. But philosophically, we think it's important to have drone coverage on every shift. And so right now, there's a chance we could have a shift and not have a pilot. And so our drone program has been increasing the training requirements for officers, and it's probably not practical to have a 107 certification for every member. That's expensive and very time consuming, but to have at least 1 or 2 officers per shift, I think, is reasonable and would benefit our daily operations.
I would agree. A couple things to add is the drone laws and certification has been changing rapidly. The FAA is catching up with technology, and law enforcement is catching up with technology, which is rapidly changing. So it's been a constant evolution in what the training looks like, what certifications are required, what exemptions are required for us to fly, whether we can fly at night over crowds, over streets, the airspace close to the airport. There's a myriad of items. It's likely not every officer would even be interested in doing this, but it is the way that we envision it is similar to other equipment that they have, that if you're a drone pilot, you would have a sort of a Pelican plastic case that has a drone, everything you need, the batteries, and it's either in certain vehicles that those are the drone vehicles, and maybe, in an ideal world, they might be hardwired to the battery system so everything is always charging, or in a less ideal world, they might be at the station charging and you grab it at the start of your shift. If you're a pilot, you put it in your car and then you have it ready to deploy. So I don't think we would get to a point right now. I've been to several different conferences talking about some of the agencies that are on really the bleeding edge of what drone usages are. Chula Vista down near San Diego, they have a program, Drone as a First Responder, where they actually have pilots in buildings that drones respond ahead of officers to provide real-time information on in-progress calls. It's amazing. That's likely where the future of law enforcement is going. How long it takes for all of us to get there, I don't know if we're going to see that in our careers. But there's agencies testing drones parked on top of cars that charge, that land themselves and take off. And as technology advances, those things are probably going to become more commonplace. And of course, it will all be vetted and tested, and we'll take baby steps towards that. But I think we're going to get to the point where you're probably going to have nobody flying the drones way in the future. But right now, there's some really cool things happening. But for us locally, 1 or 2 on a shift is what we're hoping to achieve, and it would give us that first step at helping keep the community safe.
Thanks. And then my last question is sort of requesting a clarification on one of the items that was in the agenda correspondence from this afternoon. It was the last question about the $330,000 item in the budget that was allocated to helmets and other equipment. And maybe you could just sort of explain the answer to that question a little bit in the context.
Yes, and so we have a replacement schedule that's projected out over 15 years. Both public safety, police, and fire contribute from this account. I think the annual contribution was somewhere around 68,000, I think, to compensate for inflation. We've seen costs rise with equipment all across our department. And so that's essentially what that account is for. And again, some of the military equipment that we've historically used, being helmets, even weapons, things like that, we started to give all that back before 481 was even talked about. In fact, that was one of the first things I did when I joined the department, was look at the equipment that we had from the 1033 program, which is the military loan program to local law enforcement. And I felt that it's more responsible to have our own equipment so we can gauge the maintenance, we know where it came from, and then we're able to tell the community that we don't use military equipment. The legislature one-upped me and then actually called it military equipment. So, but we were trying. And so the whole point of that conversation was to not have actual military equipment in our inventory. And so we started giving, and we have given most all of that back. We have a very small percentage, which is some sights for some of our weapons. That's the only thing we retain. So unfortunately, with giving all of that free equipment away, we've now incurred the cost for helmets and all the other things that we were given for free.
And were we giving that equipment away because we were concerned about the integrity of it? It wasn't good enough, it was worn out? I'm just curious as to why we would give up that resource.
I think there's some serious optics concerns with having military equipment deployed on the streets of our community that came from the military. You'll see some other communities that have camouflage painted response vehicles that rolled right out of the military. And I just don't think that's the look that we want for our department, and we can do better. And unfortunately, it costs to do that, but we control the inventory, we know the history of it, and then when we're not comfortable with it, we can dispose of it in a safer way rather than trying to return it back to the military, because it's very complicated. They don't want it back, and so it's very complicated to get it back to them, which I found out. But I think for me to sit up here and just tell you with confidence that we don't employ or use these type of things in our community, I want to be 100% transparent and honest when I make that statement.
That makes complete sense. Thank you for that explanation.
Oh, absolutely.
I just want to add one thing on that equipment replacement fund, because I think I've been involved in the inception of that for many years, and I think there's just a little bit of confusion about what exactly it is or how it works. A lot of the equipment that we use has expiration dates, and early on in my career, I was constantly tasked with we were working on this, we need helmets or we need whatever, where are we going to find the money, the grant, go through the whole budgeting process to figure out how do we buy this. And it was somewhat concerning because we can predict. We know these things are expiring. We know we need helmets when they're expired. And so how do we plan for this? And so that equipment use program or the replacement program was put in place to try to take costs, which the analysts like to call lumpy, and make them smooth. So instead of having these huge cost runs and then years of nothing and then massive increases again, we could level that out. So we've projected in a very complex and big spreadsheet through our analysts what these costs look like, when they get replaced, and then how much do we need each year so that when that year comes up that we need new firearms for the department, new handguns, what does that cost? And that money is sitting in the account, and then we can make the purchase without going through the budgetary process when we knew it was coming. So that's what we looked at. And then those increases for this year and next year were really just to keep up with inflation and looking at what our projected costs were. We're no longer going to cover what was going to happen in the future, in addition to some of the things that we used to get from the military, like, let's say, sights for firearms that we're now purchasing. So how do we account for that?
So did you just say that your helmets had expiration dates as well?
Yes,
Wow.
the helmets last, they were 5, and Captain Michael could probably correct me, I think they're 10 years now. But anything that's bullet resistant all has expiration dates, because over time, the bullet resistance goes down, and once it's expired, we can't deploy with it.
That makes
That makes
complete sense. Even your bike helmet, you should replace after a certain period of time. So, yeah, especially if you fall on it. But yes, thank you for that. And in my healthcare world, I know all about expiration dates and smoothing things out over time too. So appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager, did you want to add to that?
Captain Omarosa did a great job, Madam Mayor. I think that, it was really, in the past, we were just going through the process and we'd find out we had 10 helmets we need to replace, or, most recently we had in the fire department, we had some of the turnouts. And so we were just faced with a big slug of funding all at once that was competing against all sorts of other items. And so I think in the last financial plan, we developed this fund to really try to smooth that out in a more predictable way so that it wasn't trying to triage and different purchases in a way that, really would have bad outcomes.
Thank you. I like the lumpy term. I think that's one of the things we do well at the city is looking at, the future and strategy and how do we plan for things. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Scott and Captain Amaro. So I wanted to kind of return to that military equipment discussion that we were just having, and just one more point of clarification, because I think what I was hearing is that the equipment that we returned, we actually then went and purchased like equipment, or was it just considered in the same category under the new law? Or was it the exact same model?
That's a good question. So some of the equipment, especially weapons, were returned and not necessarily replaced like for like. The helmets are a good example where we're able to get an up-to-date version of that helmet that's available now on the open market and not necessarily go through the military. And so it depends. Some of it was a like replacement, but Captain Arosa was a little closer to the program if you had any other additional to provide on those particular pieces of equipment.
I think you summed it up pretty well. I mean, some things were replaced. We had other items that we'd gotten through the program that we just found we didn't need, we didn't use. The program is very clunky. It's difficult to sometimes even, what you think you're getting and what actually shows up is not even the right thing. One time we thought we were getting a large spotlight, and it turns out it was a spotlight that goes on the bottom of a helicopter. And you couldn't tell by the description of it. And then, so of course, we sent that back because we don't need that. We don't have a helicopter. Although if you'd like to entertain that, no? Okay. So, but that's just one example where, we had, so, when Chief came in, that was an opportunity to really look at what is it we have through this program, and then what do we really need? What is usable? We do still have some items, and it's in the back of the military equipment use report, and even some of it is all the way down to, clothing and boots that we had gotten from them, years ago, and things that are one-time use, but, they're done once you use them. So things of that nature, but, for the most part, things that were returned were really not replaced like for like. Sighting systems on some of the firearms are an example, where on some of our rifles, what we would call red dot sights, which is a scope that literally provides a red dot and is extremely accurate. Those we no longer get from the military, and we're buying those. So that's an example of a category where we are buying them now. They're expensive, they're not cheap. But we're ensuring that, as Chief Scott mentioned, the optic is better, that really we're purchasing what we need and getting the equipment that we need.
And on the ammunition figure, I was surprised by that number, and I appreciated the explanation that's embedded in the MOU that we have with our officers, that they have the allotment plus training and all of that. But I was wondering, just as the new person on the council, if this is a number that's in line with our historic spending on ammunition, or if we've been seeing changes in that over time. Obviously, I know the costs of things change, but is the quantity of ammunition that we're consuming in line with our historic usage?
I can't speak to, too far back in history, but it does appear to be in line with consumption and usage. And I will tell you some of the important things around ammunition in particular. It's not something you can purchase a warehouse and then just use it as you need it. It also, too, has an expiration date and needs to be expended or disposed of in a period of time. It just doesn't last indefinitely because it can impact the predictability of the ammunition. And so the other things that drive the cost are obviously, we're not the only ones that consume ammunition. Our military uses ammunition. And so unfortunately, when there's something happening in the world, prices can dramatically fluctuate on ammunition for law enforcement as well as the open market, even to the point where it's not even available. So there could be years where there's just no ammunition even available on the market because it's all being directed to a particular consumer. And so based on the figures that I'm seeing, this is in line with what I would consider regular usage and inventory. And if you have any other from a historical perspective, but it seems to be in line with what I would consider average.
Thank you. And I wanted to say I appreciated the discussion earlier from Mayor and Councilmember Shorsman around what could be seen as a disconnect between our, our purchases of new irritants, chemical irritants, and some of the policies that we're hoping to pursue. And so I guess I wanted to ask a question about, obviously, these things are consumable and we need to train, but we're also looking to get some new methods for deployment of chemical irritants. And I was wondering if we could get into the weeds a little bit on why we need new ways to deploy these particular items.
I think you may be referring to the Draco device.
Yeah, the Draco.
Yeah. And I'll let Captain Amoroso speak on that. The primary concern is making sure that staff is safe. Essentially, the chemical irritant is the same. It's just a different delivery and keeps our personnel behind heavy, thick armor. If we're out deploying a substance like that, it means the situation is very, very dangerous. And having our employees behind armor is the best. Currently, we're using this methodology already. We're just using a string, and we want to actually provide modern tools that will perform in a predictable way.
So this just formalizes a process or a deployment process that's already in place.
I want to say correct, but I look to Captain Amoroso to confirm that.
That's pretty much correct. Okay. It's something that we've had the ability to do, but it was more we've
DIY.
Been creative. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was looking for the right term to use, and DIY is perfect. So this is a more professional, reliable delivery method. And when we have someone that, in this situation, this wouldn't be used on, let's say, a protest crowd, as you know, I know that's come up. This would be someone who's barricaded in a home, a building, an apartment. It has to be something that the vehicle can get close enough to. If it can't get there, then it can't deploy via this method. And we have other methods to deploy, but those generally require the SWAT operators getting out of the vehicle, getting up close to where windows, doors, areas of ingress and egress are to be able to deploy. And that can be very dangerous. And actually the same call out I referred to earlier with the drone looking in the second story window, 2 of the 3 Bearcats on scene were struck with 9mm handgun fire from the suspect. So that could have been officers approaching or leaving from a deployment, but we're fortunate in this county that we have multiple pieces of armored vehicle that we can share amongst the agencies and try to keep our people as safe as possible while having to deploy these irritants in the hope of merely de-escalating and getting this person to give up. That's really what the goal of these are. It is to make the inside of that residence uncomfortable so that they come out and say, forget it, I'm done. That's the point.
I appreciated that clarification. So the Draco would never be something that was used on a protest crowd, for example. Okay, thank you for that. I had a question in the figures about when we had actually used the equipment this year, and you had mentioned that the Bearcat, for example, had been deployed but not actually used. And so I was wondering if the other numbers were also inclusive of times that the equipment was simply taken out and potentially going to be used, but then hadn't actually been used, or if that was kind of a one-off example that the Bearcat was deployed but not used.
It's kind of a one-off example, because in the other situations, for instance, we have 40mm launchers in all of our patrol cars. So by that rationale, every call every officer goes on is a 40mm. It's not really deployed. They don't take it out of the car, but it's there. We don't take the Bearcat out every day. It goes out for training. These numbers are not inclusive of monthly trainings and things like that. These numbers don't include if an officer grabbed a 40mm or less lethal device, slung it on their chest, and then never fired around with it. That's not included. We track these via our use of force reports. And so any equipment that we use, whether it's labeled military equipment by AB 481 or not, if that action by the officers results in a reportable use of force, it's documented. And then those use of force reports are how we drive how many times did we deploy this year. Because if you shot the 40mm device, it's going to generate a use of force report, right? So that couldn't happen without it. So that's really the designation. But for the Bearcat, it's easy to track when it goes out and doesn't. The others, there's really not any reliable way to track. Someone may have brought it out just to have an option. We always train that we want less lethal options anytime we go out and we're trying to de-escalate a situation. It may look like an escalation, but that is certainly a de-escalation from a lethal option. And so it's there, could be used, but we don't have those metrics for that reason.
Thank you for that explanation. Just one last question. I was wondering if you could describe a little bit about the formal complaints process and what somebody would do in order to file a formal complaint. What does that process look like?
Absolutely. And we call it a formal process, but really we will receive a complaint in any form. So you're welcome to pick up the phone, call me, send an email. You can also report outside of the department if you're not comfortable coming to the police department. You can contact our city HR department. I'll welcome even a phone call to the city manager. So any way a report comes does not necessarily dictate how it's handled. So any complaint of a use of force, we will make that a formal complaint. And what that does on the backside, it generates certain protocols through our investigative process that's very specific in notifying the person that complained, notifying the people whom they're complaining on, and then also reporting very specifically that incident and the findings. And that is the formal process. Not to be confused with how you report, and we will receive a report in any way. You're always welcome to come to the police department. We have a form that's readily available to fill out and turn back in if you would like, but any other way is also acceptable.
Thank you. I'm really appreciative of the really detailed answers. Thanks.
Well, thank you. I have one very quick question, I think. So we're here today. You mentioned there could be a year where you have, 4 incidents, and therefore that's why you're using this much product. So let's say we had one of those unfortunate years. You would just come back to the council and ask for additional equipment if you needed it, right?
That would be our protocol. If we got into a critical incident where we're on a scene and we're having to, and we're out of something, we're going to have to call assistance, either to come and give us something or to help us manage the situation. But essentially, this is enough that we think will carry us through the year. If we get into an emergency situation, we're still authorized to receive replacement items. That's built in the policy, so we can continue to replace things that we have. We just can't bulk up our inventory.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure. As you were all talking, I thought, maybe I missed it. And then lastly, I have had people concerned around drones or unmanned assistant, I forget what they're officially called, vehicles, I don't know, around privacy. So, you described the second window and you're trying to get to the one suspect, but then there's windows next to it, there are other people. How does the community feel comfortable that their privacy is being protected in this newer technology?
Yeah, that's a great question. And anytime we deploy a drone, we're only flying on a specific incident that has articulable circumstances. And so we don't fly the drone necessarily just looking for something. It's always on a particular event that we have reasonable suspicion to believe a crime is or has occurred at a particular location. And so that's what guides all of our deployments. And because I do get that question a lot, why are you flying over my backyard? Well, we may be flying next to your backyard. And, so that question does come up. But anytime we launch a drone, it is for a specific incident, generally around a particular suspect or something that is actively occurring. We're not proactively looking for something out there.
Great.
I hope that answers your question.
That does.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to have the public be able to hear it if they chose to listen to this meeting at another time.
Sure. One other thing to add is as part of our drone policy and our drone pilots, they fill out a log. So every time they fly, they're logging why they flew, the case number associated with it, the flight time, which drone they used, and then all of that information is also recorded internally on the drone that can be downloaded and run reports, et cetera. So we can very easily go back and understand what we flew and for what purpose, because many times that can be used for, Chief's example, someone thinking it's the police flying a drone and it's actually not. To the untrained eye, our drones don't look any different than a drone that anyone could go buy from Best Buy and go put up in the air and fly. And as a private pilot, you can do things a little freer than we can. And so we have that documentation. That's part of our policy, part of what we look at, and part of what we audit each year to make sure that, we're flying for purposes and also logging all of our training hours and what we're doing and which pilot is flying.
Awesome. Thank you very much. No other questions? Any public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay. Well, then I think Councilmember Pease.
Sorry, I just want to say I appreciate the conversation and questions and the transparency, the emphasis on de-escalation. I think we've all voiced discomfort to a certain level, and I think you all build trust as best as can be done under these conditions. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well said. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yeah, excuse me. I just think the law that requires the police to report to the civilians is great, and I appreciate your approach and the thoroughness. And I just want to say that protecting the safety of our officers is paramount as far as I'm concerned. So I think we should receive and file this, and I think the way that what you're recommending and the way you put it together is very deliberate and well thought out and not excessive in any way. So it's too bad that we have to think this way, but when you said like it's reality, it is reality. So let's protect our officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I very much agree. I think that the transparency has been very, very helpful in this community. We obviously had some concerns, and I think that there's a lot of trust being built through what you're doing. One, through the PAC and the other committee that I can't remember the name of right now, as well as through this. And we had a lot of calls, as you all remember, for our civilian oversight committees and things, and we kept saying, just hold on. The laws that are coming from California will probably help you have that feel of a civilian oversight committee versus having to recreate another committee and another process. So I feel like this has really been one of those aspects that would have normally been in one of those committees. So thank you very much.
Well, and thank you for saying that. And I know we're close to receiving and filing. I don't want to jinx this, but I will say, Captain Amoroso and I just had a PAC meeting the other day, and we took that opportunity to present this very report to that group to get their eyes on, so they could voice some of the similar concerns that you brought up as well. So they prepared us well for what we were going to encounter here tonight. But I thought it was very important for them to have a forum to be heard on their concerns and have a direct line of communication to myself. And that's what partnership, I think, really looks like.
I agree. I think growing the relationships in this community is just vital for our success as we continue. And I also, in the previous report, appreciated the 40-hour trauma-informed and mental health care training that the officers are looking at, either currently have or working on, as well as continue to work with Nestor and others on diversity, equity, inclusion. So thank you very much for continuing this work and working together as partners in the community. I think we're go ahead and receive and file. It's 9:39. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we get to broadband, and then we'll be set to go. Thank you. Well, thank you for waiting for our break, and thank you for getting ready to share the broadband plan. We're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for saving the best for last. We appreciate it. So we've got a brief presentation tonight, but I just want to thank you for having us here. We've got Josh Arquiaga, our Network Services Supervisor, our IT Manager, Miguel Guardado, and then Will Morat from Magellan. And I just want to thank all three of these gentlemen for their dedication to this important topic and all of their work to steward this plan through to completion. It's a follow-up to the study session you all just had in April. The plan is substantively similar to what you saw at that time, with the exception of a few additions based upon the feedback that we received from the council. Also, just to note that the timing of that April study session and the direction that we received was really fortuitous for us. And so one of the updates you'll get is on the grant making environment right now, which has simultaneously accelerated in terms of its timeline and narrowed in terms of its acceptance window, which will likely be one-time in nature. The good news is, as a result of the work that we did in the direction that we received and some of the work that we've been able to initiate, we're really well positioned to be able to apply for those grants within that narrow window of time. And also, I just want to share one other thing that you probably noted in the report, and that is that you don't need to wait for the broadband plan to be finalized or for some of these projects to get under construction. If you are a community member and you feel like you need some assistance in terms of affordability with your internet services. And so I just want to direct everybody to www.slocity.org/broadband, where we have information on programs that are available right now to community members, and we'll continue to share that information with the public as well. With that, I'll hand it over to Josh and Will for the report.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're happy to be here at the tail end of an exciting meeting. And we're happy to present the completed broadband plan for adoption. We have a number of recommendations for you tonight. Receive and adopt the broadband plan and authorize staff to apply for any current and future grant opportunities that become available to support broadband plan implementation. And amend the fiscal year 23-24 capital improvement project list to include a project titled Broadband Plan Implementation, utilizing funds from ARPA that were previously allocated by the council for broadband study. And authorize staff to advertise an RFP for the Broadband Plan Implementation project in a form approved by the city engineer and city attorney, with a scope of design and engineering for implementation of Phase 1 and Phase 1B of the conceptual network design. And authorize the city manager to award the design and engineering contract if within the project budget. not going to sit on this slide too long, but there's an overview of a number of topics we're going to talk about. Like Greg mentioned, the plan is substantively the same as what we brought to you at the study session. And so we're going to focus on things that were completed after the study session and a couple of the changes that we made based on the feedback we received from the council at the study session. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Will to talk about a couple of things that Magellan completed as part of the plan process.
Thank you. Will Murat with Magellan. We're part of the Intrust Solutions Group as a national firm. Again, we represent public clients, cities, counties, councils of governments, tribal organizations, helping them plan for their broadband future. Real quickly, I know it's late, but we really have enjoyed this engagement with the city. They have a very experienced, knowledgeable, enthusiastic team. They pay attention to detail, which is why they caught a very, what I would qualify as a minor error in a table, but in a 100-page report, they found it, they called it out, and they corrected it. So again, just table 2 in the summary report, table 17 in the full report. There's one line that got copied incorrectly, but the totals don't change. So the total for all 3 phases is still 13.5 million. So we completed a survey and we completed some community engagements. We did several stakeholder meetings separated out by kind of area of focus. So we had some focused on the nonprofit organizations within the community, some focused on public safety, education, economic development, and we also did a community survey. It's a convenience survey. It was, if people wanted to participate, wanted to submit, they could. So it's not a scientific survey, but it did give us some information that helped draw out some more information for us and help validate some of the things we heard anecdotally through the community stakeholder meetings. So a couple of things that stand out to me that you see on the slide here. One, people are getting about half of the speed that they contracted for. That stands out as one. Two, there's a clear divide there you see between the red and the green boxes of people that subscribe to a lower tier service paying about $1.19 per megabyte versus people who subscribe to a high tier service at 23 cents. That 23 cents is closer to the kind of what we would expect in an urban area. That $1.19 is very high, and that difference exacerbates and illustrates really the digital divide when people say what we have to do is we have to make things not just equal, but we have to create equity within the community for broadband access. The map on the right shows the survey responses that we got to that survey. There's 283 people that participated in a speed test. It was an online, kind of tested their speed from the device they were using. It's interesting because what I see when I look at it is that this is not isolated to a particular area of the city. That the orange and the red dots, the people who have underserved or are underserved in terms of speed, are really spread across the city. There seems to be a little more concentration of kind of better speeds in the kind of city core downtown, which is typical, but you see those red and orange across the city. So we interpreted this to say, yeah, there is a widespread issue with speeds and with accessibility across the city. Following that April 4th study session, one of the key pieces of feedback we got from this council was to look at a few different areas that seem to be kind of gaps on the map where council identified there's some neighborhoods there, can we address those? And so what we changed from the April 4 network design is basically we added a phase 1B, a residential extension, and that's the pink that you see on the map there going into a couple of areas. And that did add some cost, but most notably added some significant number of households that would be passed and could be added into the city network. And so we went from about 24,000 households passed to 27,000 by adding those. And that's about, I want to say it was about 16,000 feet of fiber, about $1.5 million in new costs. Advantageous, I think, for the city to address those, and that was a good direction for us to look at and to incorporate into the design. The couple of quick things to point out on this. Number 3, again, the network creates a redundant loop for uninterrupted services. That also creates a carrier grade loop that could be used by a private partner to go out and provide services. They want to make sure that if somebody in one part of the city accidentally cuts a line, that you have a backup, a loop, right? And so this network design ensures that by upgrading the city's existing loop and extending out into some areas. Two, number 4, A and B point out the number of households and businesses passed within a 750-foot buffer. That's kind of your selling point to the ISPs, to the private partners, to say, this is why you should come invest in our city, because we can give you a head start on accessing quite a number of households within the city. And lastly, number 6 just kind of shows that this allows the city to connect really kind of the last of its assets that are not already connected onto the network: parks, some water tanks, and some lift stations. The estimated construction costs, breaking it out by phase: $7 million for phase 1, $1.5 for that phase 1B, and then phase 2, which really gets into the water assets and some of the parks, for $4.9. These costs are pretty detailed. They are just kind of high-level costs, though. We do account for some level of cost increases that might be expected over the next 12, maybe 18 months. Beyond that, inflation, and that's sort of assuming inflation in this economic environment, it really changes quite a bit. But we think these costs are fairly stable and fairly good. We also think that the value engineering, when you proceed through a design engineering process, you're going to identify additional cost savings, additional city assets that we couldn't identify with the kind of desktop work that we did. And that ultimately, when you put it out to bid, you'll discover that those costs will probably come in a little bit lower. But the idea is that they don't come in higher than the 13.5. So we feel comfortable with those numbers based on this kind of conceptual design we've put together. The grant funding opportunities, we've identified 4 big ones, and there's an unprecedented amount of public funding going into these grant programs that we've not seen in this industry. So real quickly, those 4, first is the CASF, California Advanced Services Fund. This is $150 million statewide annually, funded through 2032. So for the next 10 years, essentially. There's a broadband infrastructure, which could build physical infrastructure, physical fiber networks. There's a public housing account that could help for distribution within public housing facilities, actually, wiring up all the individual units. And then there's a broadband adoption account, which helps fund programs for digital navigators to work in the communities, particularly underserved, disadvantaged communities. Could help with helping people sign up for subsidies like the Affordable Connectivity Program, which subsidizes up to $30 a month for low-income households. And a key component of the CASF funds is that wireless is an option here. So looking at some of the wireless kind of deployments that might make sense in certain parts of the city where it just becomes cost prohibitive to try to build out fiber. That's an eligible expense. The BEAD, Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, is funded through the IIJA, the Federal Infrastructure Investment. And again, multifamily wireless is an option, so you don't necessarily have to build hard fiber. You could just kind of get into a neighborhood and deploy a wireless antenna. There's funding for adoption, digital equity, workforce development. There's a number of different programs in here. BEAD is currently in the rulemaking process, and I believe some of your city staff have been participating in that. So we're expecting more information to come out about that program and opportunities probably late summer, early fall is when we think the final rulemaking will come out and kind of establish a timeline. The big one right now, the burning topic, is the California SB 156 last mile or the federal funding account. This is for construction of last mile fiber to serve theoretically underserved, but really it's the unserved households. There's enough of them that they'll probably run out of money before they get to the underserved. Wireless is not permitted with this grant fund, explicitly not permitted. So this has to be hard fiber, connecting into homes, connecting into multifamily buildings, also for commercial areas that are unserved. There's $1 billion that was allocated for urban counties. San Luis Obispo was earmarked $22.3 million specifically. Any entity within the county, any qualified entity could apply for that. So it could be the city, could be Paso Robles, Atascadero, could be the county itself. It could be AT&T. It could be Charter or Spectrum. It could be a private ISP. What we've heard so far from the California Public Utilities Commission is that they're heavily favoring, and the scoring criteria shows this, they're heavily favoring publicly led projects. Certainly you're going to need a private partner in that, but leading it from the public side is going to be viewed more favorably than, say, AT&T coming in and saying, well, I'd like some money. We are anticipating a July 2023 window of applications opening for this. The CPUC did just release, I think last week, a new toolkit that will help put these grant applications together. This is occupying 98% of our time right now is helping our clients be prepared for this, and SLO is well ahead of the game. Planning this project, working through the strategic plan, the broadband plan to this point, has positioned the city to be at the forefront of those applications and ready to apply, and not sort of still mired in the planning process. Lastly is the EDA grants. Those are kind of ongoing grants. These ones are really for specific areas, commercial corridors. They're tied typically to employment retention or employment creation, job creation. And there's a local match required for these that it kind of ranges and costs there. So we think those four are the big ones that the city should be considering, but specifically I would look at the SB 156 because that's coming down the pipe right now. And Josh will talk a little bit more about the process the city's on with that. This map is what's driving all of the funding eligibility for the SB 156 and the CASF Infrastructure Fund. These red hexagons represent any number of unserved locations that are identified within the city. These are unserved because by their own admission, AT&T and Comcast have reported to the FCC and to the CPUC that they are not able to meet the California minimum speeds at those locations. In some cases, it's because they simply can't get in there. They simply don't have the infrastructure to connect that particular building, that particular apartment complex, mobile home park, or commercial building. In other cases, it's because AT&T is the only one in there, and AT&T is still having to rely on legacy twisted copper from basically an old phone line from years and years ago. And that is not capable of meeting the minimum speeds. So the state has said if it can't hit 25 megabits download, 3 megabits upload, it is considered unserved. But the state has also said if it's an AT&T phone line, that's considered unserved. AT&T will tell you, well, I can get 50, maybe even 75 megabits. Maybe. The state disagrees. The state says, no, that's unserved. We need fiber. We need broadband. At a minimum, we need a hybrid fiber coaxial, kind of a cable network. So those red hexagons are the ones that are showing up within the 750-foot buffer of the city's proposed backbone. And you see there the count of actual locations for each of the phases. And I would note that those counts, the 161, the 30, the 26, those are locations. Those do not account for multifamily dwellings. They don't account for, office buildings that might have multiple suites or multiple units within a commercial space. The new toolkit that the CPUC has just released does account for those and would allow the city to identify, well, how many households actually are in that particular hexagon, not just the actual site. And that concludes it for my part. Go back to Josh.
So as part of what we're doing, we've been looking at some of our city's broadband policies and processes. Utility CIP coordination is one thing that we have done as a city for quite a while. We're working on formalizing that process a bit more. It gives us a great opportunity to incrementally improve conditions in the city because we can take advantage of the fact that, for example, the water distribution is opening up a trench in the right of way, and we can put conduit in there very cheaply because they're already doing the labor of doing the trenching. Development review is something that has happened from the IT side of things, kind of an ad hoc basis where planners would see a project that they thought might be something we could be a part of, and they would bring them to us. So we were moving to formalize that as well, and are now joining that development review process meetings so that we get an eye on every project that comes through, and we can help try to identify opportunities to implement the plan, or as we see new development comes in that is coming in that is not currently on our maps, we can look at where those things might tie to the network that we've developed and how we can condition those projects. We're also working on updated city engineering standards with the Public Works Engineering Department. So things like micro-trenching are newer methods of deploying broadband that can make things a lot cheaper because they don't require you to dig as big of a trench. And so we're trying to pull policies right now from cities in California. There are a couple that are about to release policies that we're going to try to see if we can use those to model some of our policies. And we expect those to come forward at the first half of 2024 with the regular city engineering standard updates that Public Works will be bringing forward. We're also talking about joint trench standards and specifications with that. And I'd say one really good example of that is in the Prado Bridge and Prado Overpass projects. I've been working closely with Public Works in trying to develop a joint trench system for those two projects because there will be a massive opportunity to connect both sides of the city over where the Prado Overpass is going to be. We're trying to set ourselves up so that we'll have conduit available in those projects so that when private partners and other folks come in and say, hey, we really want to get across the bridge, we'll have an opportunity to use that and be able to contribute to broadband efforts that way. In terms of regional alignment, we're working with lots of agencies across the region. And the biggest driver here is that we're trying to avoid duplicating effort. Duplicating effort costs all of us time, money, and the staff burnout on trying to get these things done. The other piece that is really important on that regional alignment is at the end of the day, we're trying to make economic conditions better across the whole region, and that ends up benefiting our city because of where we're located and because of the position that we kind of play in the regional economy. So we're sharing data with most of these organizations. The big one that's come up recently is they're all trying to do similar speed tests like we did with our survey, rather than try to get our residents to take yet another speed test because now the county's doing one or the broadband consortium is doing one. We're just providing them with the speed test data that we already have so they don't have to, again, duplicate that effort and try to get the same level of outreach to get that same data. All right, implementation next steps. So the council agenda report you have outlined a number of things that we're going to be working on immediately. We put some dates to these things, especially as they relate to when we'll be coming back to council for additional approvals or additional advice. The biggest one that's out right now is that first one, that private partner RFP. That's was released, and again, Greg mentioned this at the beginning, but we appreciate council giving us the authority back in the April study session to go ahead and do this. It's put us a bit ahead in terms of getting that done. The other thing I want to note with that RFP is we don't have to have a private partnership completed, negotiated, and established for the grants that we're doing. One of the things we required in that RFP is a letter of intent from companies that would want to work with the city. And so that letter of intent is sufficient for us to go apply for grants to say we have a partner, we're working on settling an agreement with them, but they have committed to working with us as part of this grant process. That negotiation will probably start towards the end of July after we've selected a partner, but that we did want to note that could be a 6 or 8 month process. That we've seen that with other cities around the state where trying to hammer out all the details, because we're talking about a long-term partnership, we're probably talking about, you know, the next 20 years kind of time frame. We want to make sure we get that right. We want to make sure we get all the details right. We will be coming back to council to talk about some of the deal terms and things that might be part of that agreement once we've looked at the proposals we get and kind of select the partner that looks like the best proposer for us. One of our recommendations in this was also to ask for authorization to put out an RFP for design and engineering. We're going to try to tackle phase 1 and 1B first. Those are the ones that will affect our residents the most and will benefit our residents the most. Phase 2 is going to be a really nice thing to do at some point. It will help us connect a bunch of city utility sites and will give us further reach into neighborhoods that we wouldn't necessarily be able to get to otherwise, but 1 and 1B are going to be the most impactful. So we're going to try to tackle that chunk first, get grant funding for that piece first and do that. In talking with our public works friends, that looks like about 6 to 8 months worth of work as well, starting hopefully in July after this adoption. We noted there the update city engineering standards. I mentioned, well, that should come back to you in the first half of 2024 as part of the regular city engineering standards update from Public Works. And then, as Will mentioned, the SB 156 grant application, that's been a exciting process to be part of, as they've shifted the opening dates a couple of times. They've shifted what they think is going to be the amount of time it will be open, and how many times they think they will have it open. So we're working with our grant consultant, Adrian Harris, to try to get that application packet ready to go. We're hoping to submit that in the beginning of August. We think that'll position us well to at least be part of the grant process. We're crossing our fingers that if they follow the timelines they think they're going to have, we'll know if we're going to get an award by about the September timeframe. And so if we do get an award, we'll be returning into council in the September timeframe to ask for authorization to accept it. And with that, I'll return to the recommendations, and we're ready and willing to answer any questions you might have.
Wonderful. That was an amazing amount of information very, very quickly. And Will, I specifically want to say thank you for saying, I appreciate everyone, but you're coming here as an extra. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. As far as any questions, anyone, any initial questions? No. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, I just had one question that I asked during agenda review, just in case anyone wants to watch this. The LOVR mentioned in the staff report was there was an area over there that says, oh, we're not going to bother looking at that because there's not a lot of housing over there. And so my concern was, well, in the future there will be, but I believe City Manager mentioned that, well, in the future, those developments would then create the infrastructure themselves. Is that how you feel it would work? No.
Yeah, that's correct. And that's part of us getting more involved in the development review process. And so we'll see those developments as they come forward, and we'll see where they kind of align with the network that we're talking about building. And part of the conditions that we're working on putting together with community development will say, hey, if
because those are places where there are low-income housing units, or either currently or are in the process of being built. So appreciate the addition of those 1B areas added. As is with the blue, green, and pink that's outlined here, which I think is existing phase 1 and phase 1B, does that put a majority of, well, does it put all of that current households, or the vast majority of the current households that are in the city within the 750-foot or 1 mile qualification requirement for most of the funding? And then on top of that, I think this kind of gets to what you were saying. We have some new developments that are sort of in the works, like Froome Ranch and Avila Ranch. Will this backbone serve all of those areas?
Yes. So the phase 1 and 1B do tackle the bulk of all of the households that we think we can pass. That phase 2 really does give us some additional reach into the really hard to get to places in the city. So it will cover the bulk of what exists now in the city. And to your point, as new development comes in, we'll be conditioning those projects to make sure that they add into the network and make sure that homes that go into those areas are able to access this as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, thank you. Without any further questions, are there any public comment? No. Okay. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendation that we receive and adopt the broadband plan, and then points 2, 3, 4, and 5, we make those authorizations.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it, and I also just want to express so much gratitude for the work that's done, and this just seems like one of those rare opportunities where things are just coming together in the right way, and the plan is excellent, really well thought out. I appreciate all the new recommendations. There's just some new opportunities, and I think you've found some synergy with things like the development process and maybe things that we wouldn't have thought of before that we're missing in our current processes. And now, because of this whole discovery process, you've found some ways to enhance things going forward and change our processes for the better to incorporate broadband into the new processes. And I just feel like this is kind of one of those situations where we're all going to benefit from these improvements. And I appreciate that you're even sharing the data that you've gotten from the broadband survey, because this is one of those sort of rising tide lifts all boats situations where it's going to help our community if we can access some of these funds, but it could also help the whole region. And so just really excited about this and hoping that we are well placed for some of those grant funds so we can make this happen. So thank you.
Well said. I feel like we could just say ditto, but thank you, truly. Can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Greatly appreciate all of your work and time, not just tonight, but throughout this entire plan. With that, we move on to liaison reports and communications. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes, really quickly, tomorrow is the policy board meeting of 3CE, Central Coast Community Energy. And Don Ortiz-Leg and Don Ortiz-Leg has been appointed to be the county representative because the county is going to join 3CE. And she and I will be here in City Hall tomorrow, I believe 1:30, attending remotely. Also at the IWMA board meeting on the 14th, an ad hoc committee was appointed to start negotiating with the Board of Supervisors about the county, I call it the reunification of the IWMA, about the county joining the IWMA. And that ad hoc committee is Charles Bourbeau, Robert, who's the vice chair, and then myself. And I'm going to be kicking it off by meeting with Bruce Gibson on Thursday, and then we'll see exactly how it's happening, but the process is processing. So that's all. And it was a really good Juneteenth ceremony, so thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, just wanted to update everybody on, excuse me, the fact that I went to the Climate Coalition meeting last Thursday. That group had a really interesting presentation on their upcoming Drive Electric activities, as well as a really informative presentation on ways to electrify your home and how much benefit you can get from different things like heat pump heating and cooling versus water heaters versus rooftop solar, and just really well done and really informative. And then was happy to participate in the Juneteenth festivities in the Mission Plaza and also up in Paso Robles. Good party in both and real good celebrations in both areas. And then this Friday we'll be going to Pomona for the Cal Cities Tax and Revenue Committee meeting and hoping to make it back in time for the first concerts in the plaza on Friday night. So we'll see.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, last Tuesday I got an opportunity to attend my first Friends of 40 Prado meeting, and that was great. They were doing some planning for the September donor event, so look for more information on that in the near future. And then on Thursday, I had a CAPSLO board meeting where we looked at the community action plan and also heard some reports from the Migrant Head Start program that sent a bunch of parents back to DC and had an incredibly successful trip. And they're also looking to get some of the encampment resolution funds in partnership with the county for a project in Morro Bay, which is really exciting. Saturday was the Cal Poly commencement for the Bailey School of Science and Math that I attended, and it was lovely. And also really enjoyed seeing all of you at the Juneteenth. Thanks.
Well, I think I was at most of the events you all were at. I was also able to go to the Black commencement at Cal Poly on Friday. It was really great. Some of the smaller commencements get to really spend some time where each person gets to talk for like a minute or two and tell their whole experience, well, most of their experience, and it's pretty fantastic. On, I guess, about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I don't know. I was at Leadership SLO's Government Day, and that was a lot of fun, very full of memories. But the thing that was really, I think, is great is helping this group of 36 people understand what public service is and what public government is and the public sector. And so they had a mock council meeting after we had all left in the panel, and they found that the housing decision was very difficult, so much they had to continue the meeting, the mock meeting, because they couldn't come to a decision. So, you know, they had a little more appreciation for what we do. Also, I was able to go to the Beacon Research Symposium at Cal Poly, which was last Wednesday. It was students' accumulation of their research, and some of them were talking about how to get more people to vote, just getting people out there. Some were about history. It was just so many different options. So check it out if you want to, Beacon on the Cal Poly website. And then the Juneteenth NAACP event was great here at the Mission Plaza, and then Councilmember Schwarzman and I, we carpooled up to Paso Robles and used their parking pay station, and then the little things you notice, and then had just a great experience up there, and a lot of history and knowledge and education, as well as the fun celebration. And I think that we had a good portion of San Luis Obispo city and county members up there as well. So that was kind of neat. And lastly, yes, I will be at the not that one, not the taxation, the community services policy for Cal Cities on Friday. And sure, I would love to be back for concerts and LA traffic to work with us smoothly. Come on. Okay. Thank you so much for listening to all my stuff. And with that, congratulations on a 22-23 year. This is the last meeting of this year. And we'll see you all next year on July 11th. And for those of you who are doing something fun for 4th of July, happy 4th of July, safe travels. I know it sounds far away. July 3rd, I'll be at the Slow Blues watching the pre-fireworks, shall you say, for 4th of July. And lots of fun, but close your doors, keep your dogs in, your animals in, and keep them safe. Thank you so much, and good night.